Thank you. You may all be seated now. Ladies and gentlemen, and our young brilliant minds, today's dialogue brings together eminent diplomats, policy experts, academicians, and senior editors from The Hindu to deliberate on the evolving geopolitical dynamics in West Asia and their implications on diplomacy, on sustainability and economic and India's strategic future. We are honored to have with us our guest of honor, Mr. T.S. Tirumurthy, who is the former ambassador and permanent representative of India to the United Nations, New York. Namaskar, sir. Swagat hai. We have with us Mr. Talmiz Ahmad. He is the former ambassador to Oman, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, a distinguished professor for international studies, Symbiosis International University from Pune. Welcome, sir. We have with us Mr. Sanjay Sudhir. He is the former ambassador to United Arab Emirates and Maldives, distinguished fellow, IIM Ahmedabad. Welcome, sir. Our special guest, Mr. L.V. Navaneet. He is the Chief Executive Officer, The Hindu Group. Welcome. We have with us Mr. Ashwani Kumar, Vice Chancellor from our very own Saveetha Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. Mr. Dhanraj Ganapati, Dean of Sustainability. Dr. Shrija S. Varghese, a Registrar from Saveetha Institute. And our other dignitaries on the stage, thank you very much for joining us today. To formally welcome the gathering, I'd like to invite Mr. L.V. Navaneet, the CEO of the Hindu Group, to deliver the welcome address.
Distinguished diplomats, respected academicians, honored guests, members of the faculty, dear students. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to Diplomacy and Sustainability Dialogues 2026, an initiative by the Hindu in association with Saveetha Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. At a time when the world is witnessing deep geopolitical shifts, economic uncertainty, energy insecurity, and increasing sustainability concerns, conventions such as these become not just relevant but necessary. What happens in West Asia today impacts energy markets, trade routes, inflation, global diplomacy, and increasingly the everyday lives of people across the world, people like you and me. Yet amidst these changes, India has emerged as a nation that's being watched closely for its balance, its voice, and its ability to engage with multiple global powers while continuing to uphold strategic autonomy and democratic values. This dialogue today, therefore, is not merely about conflict or diplomacy in isolation. It's about understanding India's evolving role in shaping a more stable, responsible, and sustainable global future. We are privileged to have with us an exceptional gathering of distinguished diplomats, strategic thinkers, scholars, policy experts, editors, and my colleagues who bring decades of experience and insight to these discussions. I extend my heartfelt welcome to Ambassador T.S. Tirumurthy, Ambassador Talmiz Ahmad, Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir, Professor Gulshan Sachdeva, and all our eminent panelists, moderators, and guests of honor. I'd also like to place on record our sincere thanks to Dr. N.M. Virayan and the leadership of SIMATS for partnering with us in hosting this important dialogue here in Chennai. To the students here today, you're the generation that will inherit a world shaped by these very conversations. Understanding diplomacy, sustainability, global cooperation, and leadership is no longer confined to policymakers alone. It's becoming essential for every informed global citizen. At The Hindu, we have always believed that journalism must do more than report events. It must create informed public discourse. It must bring together voices that help society think deeper, engage better, and understand the larger forces shaping our future. This is precisely the spirit behind today's dialogue. I thank each one of you for being here this morning, and I wish all of us an engaging, insightful, and meaningful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All our dear students, I would like to request you all to give a bigger round of applause to this gentleman who foresees future before we can even comprehend it. It is none other than our distinguished patron, Dr. N.V. Veerayan, the founder and chancellor of SIMATS. May I now invite Dr. Dhanraj Ganapati, Dean of Sustainability, SIMATS Chennai, to deliver the inaugural address, please. The inaugural reflections.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. Why there is no energy? Louder. Yeah, that's better. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, respected panelists, deans, professors, friends from the media, faculty, and my dear students. Greetings from Saveetha Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. And it is my honor and privilege to start the inaugural reflections for this grand SIMATS Hindu diplomacy dialogue. Let me start with the statement posted by the American president in his Truth Social. We will wipe out an entire civilization and it will never be brought back. This was posted in April 2026, and this is not some kind of an empty threat, but from an American president, that means it is a serious ultimatum signifying a nuclear strike and a possible genocide. In any war which is being guided or driven by ego and vanity, common sense and truth are the first casualties of war, but good heavens, in this particular case, sense prevailed and a great disaster has been averted. Let me put this into perspective. What kind of a civilization we are talking about in West Asia? I will rewind you 6,000 years from now, because this civilization is older than the Egyptians. The earliest known advanced civilization to man is the Sumerian civilization. They are credited with everything, right from invention of the wheel, agriculture, plow, mathematics, religion, art, buildings, and a special type of mathematical calculation. They call it the sexagesimal system, which has got a base of 60. That was originated in Sumeria. Still, that sexagesimal system is used. 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds, and 360 degrees. For all geographical coordinates, still that system is in use. They have built great cities, and several historians have debated about the origin of Sumerians. Most of them agree that they are settlers. And what intrigued me the most is a theory which states Sumerians are Indians and Sumerian language happens to be archaic Tamil. I was so very surprised with the linguistic evidence that was presented. Several Sumerian words has got Tamil equivalent: Ur, Nippur, Sikaram, Zigurat, Enki, Edil. So many Tamil names are there. Such a great civilization was harnessed in that particular area, and that is one kind of civilization we are threatening to eliminate. So after that, even greater and a grander city emerged, Babylon, the gate of gods, again very popularly mentioned in the Bible, followed by another great city, Nineveh, which housed a great library and great center of learning. And then came Persepolis, the greatest and grandest of them all, built by Darius and destroyed by Alexander. And the original name of this Persepolis was Parsa, and hence the name Persia. When this Persepolis was at height, it was a true cosmopolitan town with great governance and great beauty, and still it is considered as one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites. This is culturally, again, with South India. The Persian Empire stretched right from Asia Minor to Indus Valley, and there is so much of Indian connection. Our culture, cuisine, language, Sufi mysticism, everything, again, there is a mixture. And Persian happened to be the court language for 600 years in India, from 13th to 19th century, when the British replaced it with English. All the great buildings of the Mughals, including the Taj Mahal, has got a Persian style in it. So this West Asia is culturally connected to us, and this name Iran, which means the land of Aryans, again signifies a ethnic connection with India. So we have an ethnic as well as a cultural tie with this part of the world. Now, this part is under a severe stress. The war is raging, and no country is immune to it, because this is not some kind of a street fight. It is sending a global shockwave. Is India concerned? Yes, India is absolutely concerned, because millions of Indians are living in the Gulf. India receives a lot of remittance from the Gulf. Our energy and oil security is dependent on them. And they say for every $10 increase in the Brent crude oil, India will have to end up spending 10 to 15 billion more annually. Because of this, the stock markets are spooking, the rupee is depreciating, and there is a severe stress financially for India. So India is absolutely concerned with this, and India has to do something for this. Okay. It is a raging fire, an inferno, I would say, and definitely India has to employ her best firefighters to counter this. And our firefighters for today are our esteemed diplomats, highly skilled, highly trained, highly motivated, highly patriotic. They are our best frontline forces who are there to fight for us. And coming to that next point, or I would say a criticism against India. Most of them say India is passive, and some of them say India is afraid. I will definitely answer them. India is not passive. At this point of time, India is maintaining a stance of strategic neutrality because India is extremely concerned about her national interest and protection of people. That is India's first priority. I mentioned about the cultural ties with Iran. Also with Israel, we have defense ties, we have ties with intelligence sharing, counterterrorism, and so many collaborations are there with Israel also. So India is in a very delicate position to handle this. On one side, or I would say India doesn't have the luxury to choose between the good and the best, but an unfortunate choice to choose between the worst and the worst. So India has to tread very carefully, and that is the very purpose of this dialogue. We have some brilliant minds with us. They are going to enlighten us. They are going to decipher this problem step by step, and they are going to guide us. We are going to consolidate all these findings into a document, and we are going to present it to the government of India. And the next part is really crucial, which India has to answer. Is India afraid of this? Well, no. I should not say well, no. It is hell, no. India is never afraid. This is a lion-hearted nation forged from the fire of grit and resilience. She has weathered enormous storms and stood like a lighthouse even in the darkest of times, shedding light. Her greatest power is her ability to build bridges when others are going to build walls. She is like a falcon that cannot be caged. She can break every cage open because her real strength lies in truth and genuinity and restraint. Every time she is challenged, she has emerged victorious and glorious. And to all my dear students, you are going to be the future of India, and you have a huge responsibility to take this forward. I will quote the Chinese general Sun Tzu. The supreme art of war is subduing the enemy without fighting. How is this even possible? That is possible only through means of diplomacy, which is going to be our first and best move. And what is this diplomacy? Please understand, diplomacy is never about manipulation. It is the harmonious alignment of ethics, strategy with the wisdom of timing. India has done it innumerable times, and I'm absolutely sure India will do it again. And you are the future of India, so you have to take this forward. So please be open to this particular dialogue. Open up your minds, open up your hearts. India will emerge glorious. Thank you very much. And I request all the gathering to give one big hand to the great institution, SIMATS and Hindu, for organizing this wonderful initiative. Thank you, SIMATS, and thank you, Hindu. Thank you so much.
I request you all to kindly give a bigger round of applause to such an inspirational leader here with us. Thank you very much for reflecting on the past and making us understand the space and the way India has evolved over the years, over the centuries. And thank you for setting the context for today's dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor to invite this leader on stage. Like I said earlier, he is the strong foundation. He is someone that foresees future before we can even comprehend it. Please put your hands together. With great respect, I would like to invite Dr. N.M. Veerayan, the Chancellor of SIMATS Chennai, to kindly come forward and to deliver the special address.
Good morning. Everybody is trained. Mr. Tirumurthy, former ambassador and permanent representative of India to the United Nations, New York. Mr. Talmis Ahmed, former ambassador to Oman. Mr. Sanjay Sudhir, former ambassador to United Arab Emirates. Mr. Navneet, CEO of Hindu. Respected panelists, my dear staff members, and beloved students. A very good morning to all. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Saveetha International Dialogue in Diplomacy and Sustainable 2026 in association with the Hindu. This program has been organized to discuss some of the important global challenges facing the world today. I sincerely thank the Hindu, one of India's most reputed, respected, and trusted newspapers, known for its excellence in journalism, balanced reporting, and intellectual leadership, for partnering with Saveetha in organizing this important event. Their commitment to informed public discourse and national development makes this collaboration truly meaningful and valuable. I'm also happy to share that Saveetha has been ranked number 1 among private universities and number 2 among all universities in India in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings 2026. Saveetha has also been ranked among the top institutions at the Times Higher Education Asia University Rankings 2026. These recognitions reflect our strong commitment to quality education, research, innovation, and global engagement. I am especially honored to welcome our guest of honor today, Mr. Tirumurthy, who served as a former ambassador and permanent representative of India to the United Nations in New York. It's a matter of great pride and privilege for me that in 2015, I received the International Excellence Award from Global Organization of the People of Indian Origin in Kuala Lumpur from the golden hands of Mr. Tirumurthy. Today, the world is facing many challenges, such as geopolitical conflicts, economic uncertainty, climate change, shortage of resources, and rapid technological developments. In this important time, India has become a respected global voice by promoting democracy, sustainable development, peaceful cooperation, and inclusive growth. At Saveetha, we believe universities should do more than providing only education. They should also contribute to society through innovations, research, policy decision, and sustainable development. Through activities connected with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we are committed to developing socially responsible students, ethical leaders, and researchers who can solve real-world problems by themselves. I am sure today discussion and conversations will give us valuable ideas and inspire meaningful action for the future. Let's use this opportunity to learn from one another and work together for a peaceful, sustainable, and inclusive world. I once again warmly welcome all of you to Saveetha and wish the dialogue a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and also congratulations for receiving an award through him. It is absolute privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been speaking about our guest of honors, and now is the moment to invite them to the podium to deliver their addresses. To begin with, I request Mr. T.S. Tirumurthy, former ambassador and permanent representative of India to the United Nations, New York, to kindly come forward and to please address the gathering. Please, sir.
Respected Chancellor, Dr. N.M. Veerayan, CEO of The Hindu, Mr. L.V. Navaneeth, Dr. Dhanraj Ganapathy, Ambassador Talmis Ahmed, Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir, distinguished panelists, distinguished faculty members, and my dear students who are assembled here. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here, and I thank the Saveetha Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences and The Hindu for the invitation. Sir, I thank you for your invitation, and it's truly a wonderful facility which is here. And I think it's extremely timely to have a dialogue on this topic in the context of what is happening in West Asia. If you had probably asked me to speak on this subject a few months earlier, with the end to the Ukraine war and the Gaza war nowhere in sight, unilateral actions causing geopolitical, economic, and technological disruption and fragmentation, and violation of international law happening with impunity, maybe I may have said something slightly different. But when some of these forces meet their match in the Iran war, political resolution of conflicts have come back again squarely at the center of global discourse. It is having geopolitical repercussions around the world apart from its economic impacts. Friends, in the last 2 years, you witnessed at least 3 major wars. In one war, Ukraine, with the assistance of almost the entire West, is holding off Russian military, but not without serious reverses and loss of territory to Russia. In another, after the Hamas terror attack, the occupied territory of Gaza has been pulverized by Israeli defense forces with support of almost everyone in the West, debilitating Hamas and killing more than 80,000 Palestinians, majority of them women and children. The world watches now as new realities are being created in the West Bank as well. In both these wars, military force has been used to create favorable outcomes, even if it is at great cost to one side or another. And neither of them is over yet. However, it is in the Iran war that military force of the combined might of the United States and Israel has not only not changed ground realities, but in fact has had an opposite effect. They handed Iran a strategic and political win. And now both warring factions are keen to forge a political deal through negotiations. I'm sure that today we will be deliberating on how all this came about. Friends, when Israel and the United States started bombing Iran, they wanted to bring about regime change through a military campaign. But just as suddenly their goals diverged, when Iran, which was facing asymmetry of firepower and was clearly no match at all to withstand a fight with the United States, decided to make the fight more even and immediately widen the war to cover regional targets, the Gulf countries. While even now Israel's endgame remains a purely military one, the American endgame changed to a political one the moment Iran widened the war to the region. That changed the entire complexion of the war because it exposed the United States security umbrella over the Gulf states and showed that the Gulf states were extremely vulnerable. And the war has even divided the West. We now have an Iran which has taken 40 days of pounding from the United States and Israel and is still standing. This is no mean achievement. That still does not mean that issues have been resolved. Lest you start romanticizing the Iranian strategic win, let me also put this in perspective. Standing successfully against the might of the United States and Israel does not mean that Iran is no more seen as a giant disruptor of West Asia. It does not mean that their ideology of exporting instability, which the Gulf states and Israel fear, has changed. It does not mean that the Iranians have stopped supporting non-state actors like Hezbollah, Houthis in Iraqi militias, which, even if degraded, are destabilizing states from within. Iranian threat to the region remains, and the region is not necessarily any more safe now than before the war. But what has changed is that Iran war has shown us, once again, that military force by itself cannot be a solution unless followed up with a political solution, whether in Ukraine or in Gaza or in Iran. With the US and China having almost parallel visions of the world order, political resolution of conflicts is one area which has been receiving less and less attention, especially from the P5 countries, the permanent 5 countries of the United Nations. But the Iranian insistence on a permanent resolution of the issues involved has put the focus again on political resolutions of wars and conflicts both in the region and beyond. Africa is home to many conflicts, where proxy wars are being fought right now by external players. West Asia is home to many conflicts, and some of them are historical conflicts which continue to fester, including the Palestinian issue. Latin America is also seeing its share of threats and conflicts. Terrorism has added one more layer of conflict by the state or by non-state actors. We ignore all of them at our own peril. It's time we took the right lessons from the Iran war. Friends, I thank the organizers once again for giving me an opportunity to say a few words, and I wish this dialogue all success.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the complexities of the geopolitical world, what we are facing right now, and we are looking forward to the panel discussion that's coming up next. But before we move into the panel, all my dear friends, we have Mr. Talmiz Ahmad, the former ambassador to Oman, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, and a distinguished professor for international studies, Symbiosis, International University, Pune, who is here with us, and I request him to kindly address our young gathering here. A round of applause, please.
Mr. Chancellor, Mr. Vice Chancellor, distinguished faculty, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, my dear students. It will take some effort on your part to realize that many of the things that are given in your life are changing and are likely to change very significantly. The givens of our life are now mutating. In your own state, you've had a seismic change in the political order. 12 years ago, we have elected a new government in Delhi that is revamping the basis of the idea of India, which we had earlier enshrined in our constitution. All around us in South Asia, every government has gone through major changes. Afghanistan was able, after 20 years, to throw out the Americans and ensure that they packed their bags and ran out of that country, after leaving behind a trail of devastation. We have heard this terminology that we are in the cusp of a new world order. This is something that international relations experts are constantly grappling with. But really speaking, it is a coming together of a very large number of significant changes that will finally be realized by a new world order. We are a long way away from there. But look at the facts. The United States, which used to be a powerful hegemonic force in world affairs, shaped a very large number of global institutions. Its military forces stabilized large parts of the world. It is today a laughingstock in world affairs. It is not just the president. It is an order that you see crumbling in front of your eyes. It no longer enjoys the respect that it used to have. It is an empire in decay. Recall here Lord Byron when he said, first freedom, then glory, then wealth, vice, corruption, barbarism at last. And history, with all her volumes worth, had but one page. We are looking at the age of barbarism. This is what explains the extraordinary violence that has been wreaked all across West Asia, with total impunity. But this Western order itself is mutating. This age of imperialism over the last 200 years that had dominated Asia, Africa, and Latin America itself appears to be crumbling. The kind of self-confidence, the kind of sense of unity and purpose, much of that is today being questioned domestically in their own capitals. And new forces are in play. You see the rise of the far right. We had been told during the age of colonialism that the West is the source of enlightenment and that it has a civilizing mission for us to be appraised and made civilized in their terms, in global terms. None of that is valid today. It wasn't valid then and it is not valid today. Today the West itself is rejecting its own values and is going further and further to the right, asserting racism, communalism, gender-related matters, and violence. How you will now cope with this? These things that used to be so far away as we went on with our normal life, today are within our doorstep. These changes that are taking place, accelerated by the conflicts that we have in our region, will impinge on our life. That world as we knew is withering away. It is in churn. Sometimes the churn becomes a tsunami. How will we address that? West Asia is the home of 10 million of our people who send home $40 billion, is today in turmoil. It provides us with energy, but those energy supplies have now been disrupted. It is impacting on us at home. Governments can manage some of these crises for a few weeks, possibly a month or so, but not more than that. These crises will have a devastating impact on our economy. We will also have serious disruptions in terms of our trade, investments, and joint ventures and the welfare of our people. Look at how this conflict started with such impunity. Two arrogant powers decided to unleash their military force, totally ill-prepared for the implications and consequences. And here you have a global catastrophe that is now knocking at our doors. We have a very long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. None of these crises is going to run out. None of you are never going to go back to the world that you knew. Many of the countries have opted for populism, quick fix solutions, a leader with a magic wand who emerges and says, I understand you and I'm going to solve all your problems. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no magic wand and there is no quick fix solution. What does this all mean for you? This is the world that you will inherit once you leave the portals of this university and you go into public life. Everything that is happening today at various stages will impact upon your life. And that will be the challenge that you will have before you. Are you going to be the victim of what is happening around us, or are you going to shape your own destiny? I know it is very easy for people to stand at this podium and try to encourage you to say that you should be the shapers of your own destiny. It is not easy. It is a very serious challenge. An order does not like change. Every time when a young person comes up with a fresh idea, that fresh idea is viewed as a challenge and is usually suppressed. Universities, which by definition are supposed to be open to fresh ideas, open to a universality of fresh winds, are very often extremely hidebound and limited, and not necessarily the nurturers of fresh thinking. I am not going to pretend to you that it is going to be an easy life. Many of the jobs that you took for granted just a few years ago will be overturned by the movement of technology. You will then need to master that technology to be even minimally relevant in the world that is coming before you. But I would say to you the following: prepare yourself for these challenges. There is no shortcut. There is no guidebook which you can read and pass an exam. Those days are gone. Become a serious student, a student not just of your chosen profession, but of various issues that shape our order. Politics, sociology, international relations, numerous subjects that are today marginal before you should be ones that you should be looking at. Keep yourself well informed, keep yourself in a position, put yourself in a position where you are never victimized by something else that you do not control. You will therefore, technology, be part of that new technological revolution, be part of the grave changes that are taking place in international discourse. Become a person brave enough, bold enough, articulate enough to be able to say that I am going to create the environment in which I wish to flourish. I will not allow someone else to victimize me. It is a tall order, very difficult, but do not ever imagine that these things that are taking place in West Asia or in the Indian Ocean and where powers are sharpening their weaponry, we are not immune and we are not safe. This is going to be your destiny. It's going to be challenging, but you will have to be masters of it rather than victims. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such a powerful and a thought-provoking address. I'm sure all of our students are a little shaken with that talk. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, another yet powerful leader, and it is his time to take up the podium. It is none other than Mr. Sanjay Sudhir. He's the former ambassador of UAE and Maldives and a distinguished fellow of IIM Ahmedabad. So can we have you at the podium, please? A round of applause.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, young friends, good morning to all of you. There's very little to say after Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed and Ambassador Tirumurthy have covered such a wide swath of issues. But let me just share some thoughts on the region as such, and where has this war brought all of us to. One thing is for sure that the geography is gradually changing in that part of the world. Israel, which had already extended its occupation deep into Golan some years back and has almost pulverized much of Gaza, the Palestinians, and actually encroached on about half of Gaza, has now made deep inroads into southern Lebanon. So their ambition of having the so-called Greater Israel is perhaps, taking some shape. We just spoke about regime change. Well, of course, some people are no longer there. But has the system really changed? Iran still retains the same system. One thing Israel has been very successful in doing is to deepen the fissures within the GCC. And as a result of what has happened since 22nd of February, you would have seen that the 6 GCC countries sit across the spectrum, starting from, say, UAE on the one hand, which has taken a very hawkish position against Iran, to Oman on the other hand, which is very open to negotiating and working with Iran and becoming some kind of a bridge. Another visible impact you see is the split in OPEC with the UAE decision to quit OPEC. While UAE might account for just about 4% of global output, but it is a significant player within OPEC. And their exit from OPEC is not just about oil, it's a very political, a deep political signal within the GCC that it's breaking rank with mainly Saudi Arabia, which was seen as a dominant force in OPEC. If you look at the Strait of Hormuz, there again you see the creation of one more weapon in the hand of Iran. We have seen the weaponization of tariffs, of payment systems in the past, of technology, and more recently of critical minerals by one of our neighbors. Now you see Iran weaponizing the Strait of Hormuz, which has never happened in the past. Hormuz has been able to survive Iran-Iraq war and midnight hammer and everything. But now this is something which we all have to contend with, Asia in particular, and within Asia, India in a very, very large way. If we talk about the proxies of Iran, which were very active in the region, they're still all there. And they're still potent. Houthi is still potent enough to fire. So is the Hezbollah. They are down, but not really out. If you look at the Abraham Accords, they've not only survived, but in a way strengthened. If you look at the UAE in particular, with one of the Abraham Accord country actually extending military help to another, is defining the architecture of the GCC. The fate of IMEC, which is, of course, a very ambitious project for India, that I think goes to the back burner for some time at least. Among the GCC countries, UAE perhaps has taken the largest hit in terms of the missile attacks, drone attacks. And the war has forced the UAE to actually choose sides in this whole thing. Their presidential advisor, Anwar Gargash, has singled out the, quote unquote, the importance of the GCC, the OIC, and the Arab League as mere spectators. So while the impact on the UAE has been perhaps the most, having served in the UAE for 4 years, I see it more as a bump on the road. And I think they should soon be able to recover lost ground. But at the same time, of course, the region which you have all known, which we have all known, will not be the same. The impact of India, of course, has been huge. Much of it has already been spoken about in terms of our GDP, inflation, rupee, current account deficit. But there's also been a deep cascading effect on other industries, whether it's petrochemicals or fertilizers. But when the war ends, whenever there is this so-called settlement which satisfies all sides, I think it will be a big challenge for us, because not only is there a new axis forming, say Pakistan, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, but the politics of the GCC itself changing, and I think that will put our diplomacy to a big test. I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your strong perspective here on the global affairs. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Dr. N.M. Veerayan, the Chancellor of SIMATS Chennai, to kindly come forward and to felicitate all our dignitaries on the stage, please. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, all my dear friends, I request you all to kindly give a bigger round of applause for our dignitaries on the stage, please.
Give a round of applause, please. Thank you, Gulshan sir. May I request our Honorable Chancellor to felicitate Ambassador Talmis Ahmed sir, please? Dr. Talmis sir? Thank you, sir. And may I request our Honorable Chancellor to felicitate Ambassador Sanjay sir, please? A bigger round of applause. Thank you, sir. And may I request our Honorable Chancellor to felicitate Colonel Rajiv sir, please? Thank you very much, sir. May I request our Honorable Chancellor to felicitate the CEO of Hindu, Mr. Navneet sir, please? Thank you, sir. May I request our Honorable Chancellor to felicitate Dr. Karthikeyan, please? Come on, a greater round of applause, please. May I request our Honorable Chancellor to felicitate Suhasini Haidar, ma'am, please? She's the diplomatic editor of the Hindu. Give a big round of applause. May I request our Honorable Chancellor to felicitate Ms. Sudha Mayappan, ma'am, please, on stage? Ma'am, Sudha, ma'am, please be on stage. And may I request our Honorable Chancellor to felicitate Mr. Pandiraj, sir, please? And we have a special guest with us, Mr. Vijay Kumar, sir. He's a regional passport officer, and he's from Ministry of External Affairs. Sir, please come on stage. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. You may be seated, gentlemen. See, again, we had a wonderful session with a lot of insights from all the brilliant minds. And please be prepared for the panel discussions also. And over to you, ma'am.
I request all of you to kindly rise for a group picture, please. I request our Vice Chancellor and our Registrar also to kindly join us for the group picture. Thank you very much. Kindly give us some time to just prepare for our panel discussion, please. panel discussion. Our first panel today, we have a panelist and a moderator. We have with us Ms. Suhasini Haider, the diplomatic editor from The Hindu. Please put your hands together for her. Joining her on the panel are Mr. Talmiz Ahmad. He is a former Indian ambassador to Oman, the UAE, and the Saudi Arabia, and currently serves as a distinguished professor for the international studies at Symbiosis International University, Pune. He is an acclaimed author and a commentator on the West Asia, political Islam, Eurasia, and energy security. And with his latest book, West Asia at War, published in 2022. Welcome to the panel, sir. We have with us Professor Gulshan Sachdeva. He is a professor and a Jean Monnet Chair at the School of International Studies, JNU, with extensive expertise in Europe-Asia connectivity, global governance, and international economics. A distinguished academic and a policy expert, he has held several leadership roles at JNU and RIS, authored over 120 research publications, and taught at leading universities across Europe and Asia. Welcome to the panel, sir. A round of applause, please. Mr. Sanjay Sudhir, he's an ambassador Sanjay Sudhir. He is a seasoned diplomat with over 3 decades of experience, having served as India's ambassador to the UAE, Maldives, along with the key international posting across Geneva, Colombo, Sydney, Damascus, and Cairo. An expert in energy and international trade and regional diplomacy, he is currently Distinguished Fellow at the JSW School of Public Policy, IIM Ahmedabad. Welcome to the panel, sir. A round of applause for him, please. We have with us Dr. T.C. Karthikeyan. He is the Professor of Politics and International Relations and Director at the Center of Public Policy and Administration at Saveetha School of Law, Chennai. A scholar of international relations from JNU, he brings over a decade of teaching and research experience with expertise in foreign policy, strategic affairs, governance, and global politics. Welcome to the panel, sir. Please be seated. A big round of applause for our panelist and our moderator, my dear friends. Our first panel today dives into the heart of the most pressing geopolitical puzzle for India. The title, India's Diplomatic Balancing in West Asia, perfectly captures the delicate dance of strategic autonomy and energetic security that defines our current era. And to unpack this complex web of energy strategy and diplomacy, we have our moderator and our panelists all set. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, and thank you for being here. It's always very interesting to speak to students because whatever, it's like the oil prices. When we talk about oil prices, we all assume that's the price that's oil is being sold at today. Actually, it's the price oil will be sold at a month from now. So the discussions we have today are something that we hope you will carry with you, and then we'll see the impact of that when you are leaders in your profession at some point or the other. Our guests today are distinguished diplomats, and I'm particularly sort of honored and privileged to have seen them all at work. Of course, Professor Gulshan Sachdeva has been a professor, but I have followed his work for not just diplomacy, but specifically connectivity and India's relations with various parts of the world. Dr. Karthikeyan, thanks so much for joining us as well. The interesting thing, and I have to say, Saveetha University and The Hindu seem to have picked the perfect week to have this conversation. How many of you have already heard or read Prime Minister Modi's speech, one that he gave on Sunday, and then he repeated that on Monday, talking about the need to cut foreign travel, cut oil expenses, work from home, and stop buying gold? How many of you, can you, with just a show of hands? All right. I expected to hear more of it, but now that I have spoken about it, you do know that that's what he said. So it is an important week. Prime Minister Modi has sounded an alarm bell that he didn't sound out for these 2.5 months since the war began on February 28th. The idea that India is now hurting economically. There are other areas where India will definitely be hurt. but economic pain is now upon us. How many of you see a future of working in India? How many of you would like to go abroad? Okay, I see a few more over here. All of that is now going to come into question because of the war we have seen, and it's a war that only lasted, the conflict lasted 39 days. We're seeing the impacts of what that has meant, and those could last for a lot longer. So the first is that the Prime Minister gave this alarm bell. The second thing that's happening this week is that the US President, Donald Trump, is going to China. And his conversations over there, many are hoping, although they're very, very low expectation levels, that the war might actually draw to a close after this particular visit. But who knows whether that will happen. Whatever we hear from Mr. Trump when we wake up in the morning, by the time we go to sleep, there's another story that we also have to follow. How many of you follow Mr. Trump's social media posts? Well, at least a few. Are you all not on social media? Okay. How many are on Instagram? Yeah. Okay. Wherever you get your news from, you would also know that the third important thing that's happening this week is Prime Minister Modi is traveling to 5 countries, but he's starting with a trip to the UAE. 2 days before the war began, Prime Minister Modi was in Israel. Now, within the war, the first visit he's making to the region is to the UAE. And the question that is being asked today is India's policy in this war, is it strategically neutral or balanced? And what is the long-lasting economic impact that we can see from it? To begin with, and you know, this has already been set out by everyone here, but I'm going to give you just 6 pointers very quickly on why India needs to have a balance in this region. The first is, of course, global stability. Everything that happens in West Asia, and we call it West Asia, the rest of the world calls it the Middle East. Nobody knows why, because it's not Middle East of most of the world. It's only Middle East to the United States. The first part is that global stability in this region, so close to us, is going to have an impact on us. The second is oil and gas. India imports 90% of its oil needs, and a part of that, at least used to, come from this particular region. The third is remittances. So what you were talking about, all of you wanting to live abroad. India gets maybe $150 billion in a good year from remittances. A third of that comes from the West Asian region. Half of that comes from one country alone, UAE. The safety of Indians, we keep using the term 10 million Indians live and work in West Asia. I'm sure it's a lot more since we last counted. So the safety of those Indians. And finally, it is about regional security. We've already seen in this particular war the fighting, whether it was the US torpedoing an Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, not far from where we are right now, or whether it was their Iranian firing missiles at the Diego Garcia, the American base, but also in terms of what has happened in the Strait of Hormuz, the blockades on the Strait of Hormuz. And finally, does everyone know who the mediator in this conflict is supposed to be? Okay, somebody got it right, Pakistan. So the idea that Pakistan has suddenly got this much larger role, not just for the region, but for global players, eventually means that India has to look at what this means for the region. So those are the questions I'm going to put to our guests today. And I'm going to start with you, Ambassador Saveetha. Prime Minister Modi is going to the UAE. Before the war, he went to Israel. There's a question about whether India has already picked a side in the West Asia war. And do you think that India's diplomacy so far has been balanced?
I think diplomacy, you don't have binary options, so can't really see the picture as being balanced or imbalanced. Let me call it pragmatic. because we have interests across the region, from Israel, GCC to Iran, and these interests are of different nature. So we have to, while balancing out these interests, the approach has to be pragmatic, and I think that's exactly what we have been able to do. And you just mentioned about Prime Minister's upcoming visit. That's a very significant move, because yes, the Prime Minister was in Israel a couple of days before the out, visiting the UAE, which again is a very significant statement in itself. But then there are very reasons, because as you also mentioned, half of our diaspora in the GCC is in that country. We have a huge amount of trade, a lot of FDI coming in from there. And seeing the current situation in the region, and in the context of our relationship, when the President was in Delhi in January this year, we signed a very important defense deal with them. And it was very timely. I mean, when you look back, it was really very timely. So perhaps we can expect something on defense moving forward. There's also things which we have to be very watchful about. Would be the second order impact of whatever is happening today. Today we talk about war and missiles and all those things, but gradually it will have an impact, and that's going to impact us. So Prime Minister, I think, has rightly chosen the UAE as his first stop in this visit.
Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed, you've been fairly critical of the West Asia policy thus far. This is the 8th visit by Prime Minister Modi, I should put that out, since he became Prime Minister, to the UAE. He's been to Saudi Arabia, for example, 3 times. He's been to Iran once. How do you evaluate India's foreign policy in all of this?
India is, as far as West Asia and the crisis over the last 2.5 years is concerned, India is not a serious role player in the regional scenario. Our approach to the region for several years has been that we have bilateral relations with every country of the region, and this relationship is transactional. It means it's a give and take relationship. We do not have a collective view of the region, nor do we wish to play any role in promoting security and stability in the region. We have left that responsibility to other players. For a long time, the dominant role player in the region was the United States. Over the last decade or so, the US has lost credibility as a security guarantor. In this vacuum, India should have stepped in. India's ties with the region go back 5,000 years. It's an uninterrupted relationship. It's a relationship of extraordinary substance and based on mutual comfort and mutual affection. In this scenario, many of us expected that India would now try to ensure that the regional rivalries do not get out of hand and we have a regional conflagration. Why should we be concerned? 80% or 90% of our oil and gas come from there. They are our major trade partner, major source of investments and joint ventures, major partners in regard to connectivity, plus 10 million people live there. Every person who lives there has 5 people dependent on him or her. $40 billion come from that region, and yet India believes this is somebody else's problem. What does the region need to offer that India will get even mildly interested? Nothing, not at all. And who has stepped into the scenario? China. China has been a major role player in promoting stability, not always successful, because where the United States and Israel are concerned, you can't do much about that. But the deepest regret and matter of concern for us is, why is India sitting out this major conflagration that impinges so seriously on our interests?
All right. So you say India has basically shown a lack of interest in a lot of the parts of this particular crisis. Now we're in 11 weeks of this crisis right now. Professor Sachin, I want to ask you, at the beginning of, in February 28th, if you like, The day before, as they say, Humpty fell off the wall, and now it is impossible to put the world back together again as it was. But if you were to go to the day before, there was some sense, at least, that India was beginning to look at its connectivity interests in the region. Perhaps Chabahar as a port in Iran would work out. Perhaps through Chabahar, the international north-south transport corridor would work out. Perhaps in a future time, if the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Israel were able to resolve all differences, the IMEC would work out. The India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. Is there something wrong with this mic? Is there a way of getting a better mic? Because I feel like I'm going in and out of conversations, and I'm hearing a lot more conversations from the Maybe we can just pass this around because everyone's mic's got a lot of feedback. Thank you. So there was this idea that India was going to connect to the world through more and more possibilities. Do you think any of that connectivity to India's west, because already our connectivity through Pakistan is non-workable, do you think this war is going to change that? And how do you think India has really approached, if you'd like to answer that question, how India has approached this particular war?
Well, thank you, Suhasini, and thank you, Saveetha University, and also the Hindu group for invitation and opportunity. Well, before coming to connectivity, in fact, the question you asked from both ambassadors, I have a slightly different take on this. I think, of course, things are unfolding at the moment. So how things are going to settle in the long run, we don't know. But definitely it's going to be a very different security architecture, very different economic architecture in the months and years to come. But I think India, instead of saying that India took a pragmatic position or India didn't take any interest, I would say India actually took the side even before the war began. You mentioned about Prime Minister's visit. To me, that itself was also a kind of a defining movement for India, because of course we do have a very important relationship with all countries. If all GCC countries, with Israel, with US, with Iran, with everybody else. Maybe I would say, in fact, there was a bit of our assessment was not really correct at that point of time, because maybe we also interacted more with the United States and also with Israel, so we thought it's going to be a short war, it's going to be an easy war, and they are going to prevail. And if Israel and US are going to prevail, so we are anyway working very closely with them, so we took that side. Now, that hasn't turned out to be a correct move, not only for us, but even for the United States itself, and also for Israel itself. So since then, we are trying to perhaps, I would say, trying to balance in that sense. And we have, of course, spoken to all of them, and all kind of visits have been taking place. But we also have to be pragmatic, and I would say very, very carefully, because of course all these bilateral relationships are useful. But it shouldn't happen that our one relationship, and particularly I'm hinting Israel, our relationship with Israel, it should not become a liability for us in the long run, not just only in the West Asia, but also in the entire global South. So yes, this region is, so we are taking certain, I would say, corrective steps now, which will happen. And now Pakistan, of course, has raised its profile through this, but that's momentary. At the moment, we are just talking about 2 or 3 issues, about ceasefire, about Strait of Hormuz, and also about, nuclear issue. But I think in the long run, when things are going to settle, when we have a new security architecture in this region, then of course India can also play a very important role. And I think we are slightly now, beginning towards that direction. How this is going to pan out, that also would depend what kind of Iran is going to emerge out of this war and how others are going to play to this. Now, the region, of course, is very important. and not just only for trade, for diaspora, for energy, but as you rightly mentioned, India's larger ambitions towards connectivity, because this is an age of connectivity. From China to Europe to everybody else. In fact, everybody is in a very serious way in this connectivity. So our two major ambitions, you rightly mentioned, international north-south trade corridor, which we have been talking for decades now. Something was beginning to happen, particularly because now India-Russia trade has gone up 70 billion, and it's likely to be substantial even in the years to come. So trade volumes would be there. So Iran-Russia sector is already working, so we could have actually seen some movement in that direction. And of course, the India, Middle East-Europe economic corridor. Unfortunately, this is again an ambitious project, but the moment it was announced, immediately after this, you have the Gaza war, then you have immediately, all the other things are happening. But still, I think I would say very good project, and now particularly when we are looking at all the alternatives. So all kind of alternatives are being talked, and this could continue to be, I think, a positive story between India's relations with the Middle East and also or West Asia, or also with Europe. So in that sense, we'll continue to hear about these two. So all our ambitions about our connectivity, because these are two main projects of our connectivity. And if something is not stable in this region, so obviously they are not going to be the kind of projects which we actually would like to be. So I think all those things are important for us, but at the moment, I think how things are going to happen, so we have to be very, very careful, not just but it shouldn't happen that bilateral relations are useful, but one bilateral relation should not really impact our overall kind of scenario here, and also not just only in the West Asia, because what happened after Gaza war? There is a serious resentment against Israel, large part of the global south, and also in Europe, I could see, which I follow very closely. So we have to be very, very careful, and I think we are moving in that direction, looks like to me. Thank you.
Dr. Karthikeyan, I do want to ask you about how you see India's position. The mics, like the audience, seems to have settled down. I do want to ask you about the position of India in particular. But where it's very interesting, and I think your dean had spoken about this, that the world is just watching. The United Nations is literally doing nothing. And there is a sense that the world order itself is being challenged. So it's not just all the 6 things I mentioned that India has to deal with, but the idea that India now has to deal with a new world order. How do you evaluate that?
No. First of all, when you look into the responses of the international community, with regard to Israel and even for US attack, many of the nations has come out in open and said it is a blatant overplay by US disregarding international norms, international rules-based order, everything. If you take in case of Canada PM and French president and even Spanish PM and Norway PM, everyone has condemned this unilateral action, not even without the sanction of the US Congress. So that is the status right now, and everyone in the world has been witness to the use of US by Israel through its lobbies or other things, and they could see how the international norm, which has been there from 1945 on a rules-based system, has been diluted. When Mutro was captured by US, everyone just watched. But since after this one attack on Iran, since because of the blockade and the repercussions on economic aspects and oil and its effect on all other economic aspects throughout the world, everyone has started feeling that the US action, unilateral action has to be condemned and it has to be put in place, right in place. So that's the way I see, and right now I think world is in a churning point. It is not in a turning point, this is a churning point where the system could evolve. Taking into account where the US as economic power is also somewhat declining comparatively the previous decades, and the role of China and the rise of Russia to a larger extent. And as you mentioned, the forthcoming visit of US President to Chinese President, that can change something. And international rules, international law could be formed in a new way. There can be a change, systematic legal framework on following what are the things have to be done when someone is exceeding. These things has to be properly managed in the coming times, I think.
Other really interesting point, Ambassador Sudhir, it isn't just now we're talking oil. For example, today, without India's oil prices being risen majorly yet, retail inflation is up 3.5%. But it's not just oil, it is trade. Our trade has got stuck through the Straits of Hormuz, and in any case, we are still reeling from the effect of American tariffs. There's fertilizer, all the parts of the plastics that we can't get through the Strait of Hormuz anymore. It's sowing season for the country. You now have this idea of the Prime Minister himself telling farmers not to use, to use less fertilizer. This is going to have an impact on productivity as well. So inflation goes up as well. You've, of course, been in the UAE most recently. So you've seen the growing of this economic relationship. How do you think the Prime Minister's visit to the UAE can change any of these challenges that are working towards us? I don't want to sound just like the voice of gloom and doom, but we are beginning to feel like every last thing that we had counted on is now no longer something we can be sure of.
Expectation is that things will change with the visit in the region. Nothing is going to happen. Because if you see, there have been discussion about what India has really done. My question would be, who has fought for this region or this war? Has Europe been a player? United Nations, of course, has been a complete bystander. Who has been a player? Nobody. It's just that because of what's happening there, new alliances have come up. Pakistan, of course, has found this new role, and I wish them all success, because if they win, I think it's good for all of us. The visit will not make the region change, but certainly it cements our ties with, and as you said, it's the 8th visit. So it's not that it's something new. It's just a continuation of where our relationship has been going. The most important part of this visit is actually that to give UAE the assurance that yes, there is one other major partner which is always behind them, always with them, because UAE is the country where we have the deepest stakes. You mentioned about connectivity. IMEC, of course, is on the back burner now, and I don't know when we'll be able to revive those discussions. But certainly this idea of IMEC is not lost to India and the UAE. So between the two countries, what we have been able to do is that regardless of when the next segments of IMEC actually become a reality, at least IMEC should work between the two countries. And one of the things we are expecting during this visit is actually going online, not online, so actually the virtual trade corridor which we have been trying to set up between the two countries, that will get not announced, but actually start working. The pilots have all been done, which means that regardless of the other segments of IMEC, if our segment works, it's going to support our $100 billion worth of trade. And it's also going to, and trade is something which finds a way. It may not find a way along the initially planned IMEC route, but then there are other routes being explored, from UAE to Iraq, to Syria, to Tartus port, and then onto the Mediterranean, because eventually it's India, Middle East, Europe corridor. So it has to work. So this is one thing which we expect from there. But we have to also give UAE the credit. When it comes to our people, they have been absolutely caring about our people. Our tourists who got stranded at that point in time when the war broke out, and the Indians who are there. It's also an opportunity for Prime Minister to convey that kind of a sentiment. The defense piece I just mentioned, that's an area which will become more and more active after this visit.
Right, but I do want to very quickly ask you, when you say defense just before, to have gone to the UAE during the war and possibly to discuss defense cooperation, does India become then a player in the war itself, not just in the peacemaking?
The war is something which the ceasefire is already there, and you yourself are expecting that the visit to Trump's visit to China, something more positive might come in. But if you look at the overall architecture, the security architecture, probably India has to play a greater role. Ambassador Tamiz Ahmed mentioned that the US has been there all the while, but probably there's space for India, and we have to occupy that space. I think it's important for the region, it's important for India, because if you see the other axis coming up, the agreement, the defense deal between the Saudis and the Pakistanis, I think we need to work actively on defining the future defense architecture of the region.
I do want to go back to the region. What is, according to you, the biggest pain point economically, and where can India look for opportunities? Because every challenge, of course, should bring an opportunity. Prime Minister Modi, for example, spoke about the idea that everyone should try and travel within India. Could we broaden that to within the region, so you get LTC for traveling to Colombo, for example, or to the Maldives, or to Dhaka, or Nepal, Bhutan, that kind of thing? Where do you see the biggest economic challenges?
Well, there are very serious economic challenges. One is, I think the way things have happened here, already if you look at the numbers from IMF, the global growth is going to be less. The moment there's and the large part of this global growth was coming basically from Asia, and including the West Asian region. So that's going to be a disruptor. Second, energy, it had been disrupted badly. And whatever happened, at least for the next couple of months to couple of years, things are not going to be stable. So we saw, price for the last couple of months before war between 60 to 70 barrel. Now it's going to be at least around 190 to 100, whatever happens, at least for the next couple of months. And as I think in the beginning, somebody was mentioning that every $10 is going to have more than 10 to 12, 13 billion, depending on where our rupee is at that point of time. That's going to have a major impact. So it's good to say that we should consume less, we should travel less, we should use less fertilizers. But that's not the way, because you cannot decouple your consumption from your growth. You cannot decouple your inputs in agriculture from your agriculture, I would say, output. Yes, certain amount of efficiency is useful. If we can do that, whether in energy or in other kind of consumption. But if we have less consumption, obviously it's going to have less growth. So, its impact of that is going to really, and of course the global growth itself is going to be disrupted. So our exports are going to be disrupted. And then the rupee is already under pressure. So all these problems are with us. But I think particularly for the energy one, because energy is kind of key as far as this region is concerned, I think we have to look at very seriously 2 or 3 things. Yes, the government has really keep assuring us that we have 60 days of reserves of gas, oil, etc., or other numbers. If you look at some other countries, I'm not going to China because they have huge reserves, but compared to even other countries, I think we have to look at our reserves much more seriously now. It's going to cost more, but that's what perhaps many other countries have done. We need to do. And secondly, I think we again have to come back to, I would say, our pipeline business. Because all other major economies, most of the major economies, they are linked with certain pipelines. We are not. We have been talking for so long about, Iran, Pakistan, India pipeline, Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, India pipeline, or even in fact at one point of time we talked about Russia, China, India pipeline. Now all those things actually were discarded few years back because by many of those economists, those who were saying that So long as we have resources to buy, we can buy from anywhere else. Now it looks like that's not the case, because even if you have things to buy, you do need certain assured kind of security. So we have to go back to drawing board as far as our energy security is concerned on many issues. And of course also renewables, and also linking with that. So, it's a very big, I think, journey as far as energy of India is concerned, which India has to look. Yes, consumption reduction for the moment, yes, you can do it for some time, but that's not really the answer. Answer is, in the long run, you can decouple. In the short to medium run, you have to really look at supply side, not really just the demand side first. Thank you.
All right, that's a good point to ask you the next question, Ambassador Ahmed. The fact is that economic pain, when it comes from energy, trade, fertilizer, all of that, economic pain is one part of it. One of the other areas where we've seen some amount of economic pain is US sanctions. As Dr. Karthikeyan said before, the UN used to be a much bigger power. Today, it is the US that decides, don't buy Iranian oil, don't buy Venezuelan oil. On Saturday, in fact, the US's waiver for sanctions on the purchase of Russian oil is about to run out. How do you think India needs to approach this? Because obviously there is the counter. If you risk US sanctions, if your companies start buying Russian oil, for example, they will then see the US either banning them or putting tariffs on them. So where is the balance for India in all of that?
There is no balance. This is a world in churn. Everything is being reviewed. Many of the institutions and arrangements are being smashed to the ground. You have in the United States a top leadership that is seriously unbalanced. And you are not going to get a change there. There is a president who struts on the world stage like a military commander and shows his profile to you from time to time, pretending to be Augustus Caesar. He's a cardboard figure. But yes, we are going to suffer a lot of pain because of the antics of this leader. But the Supreme Court itself has declared all those tariffs null and void. And the United States today is returning billions of dollars back to the people from whom it had taken this money. Donald Trump, in a fit of pique, had then announced 10% across the board tariff. Supreme Court has nullified that as well. So we are in a very weird, topsy-turvy world. Netanyahu whispered into the ears of Donald Trump and said, you will have regime change in 4 to 5 days. And you will become the greatest president in the United States, even greater than Abraham Lincoln. This guy bought it. Any one of us who knows even has minimal understanding of West Asia would have said this is all wrong. You are being allured into a war by the Israelis that you will live to regret. It is the Israelis that had initiated the war on Iraq in 2003. It is the Israelis who had earlier initiated the dual containment regime against Iraq and the Iranians. And now it has instigated another war. The crucial source of regional imbalance and regional insecurity is Israel. And because Israel cannot fight for a single day without the United States. So this deep nexus that the Israelis have established with the American political establishment is the source of global anxiety. What is India? India cannot. I'll tell you, there is a point to be made here. What India has done is to we have erected Fortress New Delhi. And we have cut ourselves from the day-to-day concerns and developments that are taking place in our region, West Asia, Central Asia, Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia. There is no Fortress New Delhi. We have been an engaged people for 5,000 years. And all of you know it. From Tamil Nadu, your ancestors were traveling all across Southeast Asia and going up to China. And from Kerala and Malabar, we were going all the way to West Asia. We are a people who are connected and engaged. How can you become Fortress Delhi and pretend none of this exists? And the only thing that matters is the next election. We have to have a new mindset. We must be thinking in terms of what can we do. We talk the language of being a great power. Viksit Bharat. You have to behave like a great power. You have to be playing a role in regional and world affairs. You have to be a source of peace and stability. You have to be all over the place with your diplomacy and your resources. You cannot, it will not come cheap. It needs patience, it needs direction, it needs a vision, all of that. So I think what we should be looking at, these are challenges which have come up and they will not go away. And you can't pretend that one day everything will be perfect and once again I will stride on the world stage and become a great person. It's not going to happen. You have to strive for everything. There is no record in world affairs that a major nation has taken another country's hand and said, I will take you to the world stage and give you the high table. Not going to happen. We have to become worthy of it through our own actions. For example, I would say straight away, we should have been for many years, but even now there is scope for course correction. We should be actively involved in promoting peace and stability in West Asia. Don't leave it to China, because China will then shape the region in terms of its own interest. And we will be standing on the wayside and saying, oh, what a bad thing that has happened. Also, you can't have opportunistic relations for short-term advantage. India espouses strategic autonomy. Live with that. Have relationships which are diverse, but do not sell your soul for a short-term advantage, hanging around in Tel Aviv, giving a speech at the Knesset, which is an embarrassment, hanging around with these Emiratis. Don't believe any of them is your ally. None of them is. So we have some way to go. Course correction is what is urgently required today, and that's where we need to go.
All right. Fair point, very strongly made. I do have to say that the Prime Minister makes powerful speeches in a lot of places in the world. He has been to the Knesset. He has also received an award from Palestine. But I want to move on from some of these to look at where India. You mentioned the elections. How many of you voted in this election here? How many of you are thrilled to have a younger leader now? All right, it's interesting for me because this is my first trip to Chennai since the elections happened. And I'm waiting to see what else changes. But if I could turn that to you, Professor Saveetha. And I want to get questions from all of you. So if you've got your phones, start thinking of some questions to ask, because you're not going to get a more distinguished panel on this issue and at this very particular juncture where so much is changing. Professor Saveetha, what is the role that India can play? Is it a role to rebuild the global architecture? Is it a role as a peacemaker? Start sending envoys to different capitals now. Is it a role as an economic kind of stability factor for the rest of the world? Offer to open up the Indian economy and say, where is the role that India can play?
Well, I think India can very important role, not just in this region, but also across the world, I would say. And I think we have a very serious ambition of doing that as well. And that has also been shown earlier in few occasions. We saw during G20 presidency. And unfortunately, what has happened this time, we have also BRICS presidency. And somehow it has been low-key affair so far. But this was a fantastic opportunity for India to use our BRICS presidency. Now, here was the case where you have a member of the BRICS member, which has been attacked illegally by other powers. Head of the state has been assassinated. And yes, I can understand there is a difficulty within BRICS because you also have UAE, you also have Saudis, those who have a different kind of, because they were also attacked. But I think India could have taken much more, I would say, proactive, because this was a fantastic, I would say, opportunity for India as BRICS presidency, to also promote peace, because this was happening with one of the BRICS members, and other BRICS members were also attacked by one BRICS member. So I think India could have really, even if there was no consensus, as a BRICS chair, one can come out with certain things. You could have called certain emergency meetings. Now the Iranian foreign minister went to one BRICS country, to China, also to another BRICS country, to Russia. Now luckily he is coming now, fortunately coming to India for the meeting. And I think maybe again, I think India, as I said, we are coming back perhaps slowly and slowly, kind of role India would like to play. But last 1 year I was also the chief coordinator of Dakshin Global South Center of Excellence, where we interacted with more than 150 think tanks of more than 90 countries of the Global South. All these countries, the kind of interactions, because as an academic, I was also trying to, all think tanks, what kind of thing they are looking, from India. Of course, they were very much fascinated by the India's growth story. Some of our success stories like UPI, certain things, the education sector, in the health sector. But they are also very keen to, of course, tell you what they are doing. But more than that, I think the key point which I really took with all my interactions, what they were really looking for India, or they're still looking for India, India has to take certain principal positions. Of course, they are interested in getting certain kind of development assistance, which China can give you much more than that. But India is a democracy. India is a voice of the Global South. Unless we really take positions, very solid positions on certain issues. It was in Gaza. What is happening now? We didn't condemn the killing of the head of the state. We didn't, and many things which are happening. And even in fact, in Europe, I saw that they were, even if they were partners of the US, many of the countries, not just only Spain, not just only others, but even UK and Italy, etc., you could see that they were also much more forthcoming on many of those issues. So I think we have to take, not just, as you rightly mentioned, sir, yes, transactional relationship is useful, but overall, if you really want to play a big role, take certain principal position, that will really make you a leader of the Global South and also of the world.
Interesting. How many of you know what BRICS stands for? I'll just say very quickly, BRICS is a grouping of emerging economies. So not the bricks on the wall, but Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, now the UAE, Iran, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Egypt, and maybe Saudi Arabia when it decides to. Right now, it is an observer. So, Ambassador Sudhir, it is an interesting month, as I said, and Professor Sachdev reminded us that there's a BRICS foreign ministers meeting in Delhi tomorrow, except for the Chinese, I think, who can't come because Trump is in China. The Iranian foreign minister is landing in Delhi in a few hours from now. In fact, he's probably landed by now. My question is, this is an important month where India can reset its position. It is going to have the BRICS foreign ministers. It's going to have the Quad foreign ministers, the US, Australia, and Japan. It has an Africa forum, the Global South that Professor Sachdev was speaking about. The Prime Minister is going to Europe. The External Affairs Minister has just been to the Caribbean and the US, the UN at least. What is the role you see India being able to play?
All these opportunities are surely there in the coming few months. But if you look at BRICS, BRICS has been under a lot of strain ever since Mr. Trump became the US president. You can recall all the, all the tweets, all the messages on Truth Social in bold, especially about
100% tariff on every BRICS country.
Absolutely. So BRICS has been under pressure. And then BRICS just got expanded. So from a group which was not the most homogeneous of groups, it's got further less homogeneous with Iran and UAE. Well, when they joined BRICS, all these countries, what we have seen in the last 2 months, this reality was not there. Now it's become even more difficult. And if you go back to the deputy foreign ministers meeting, the open spat between Iran and the UAE, if that is something to go by, it just adds to India's challenges. But one thing I can say is that while mediation might not be our strong suit, probably consensus building is something which we've had a fair amount of success, for instance, in G20. The last time G20 had a consensus declaration was when India hosted it. So maybe we'll give it a hand, but I don't think we should have too high expectations. Quad, again, it's good that the meeting is going to happen. But then again, in such a vitiated geopolitical atmosphere with the UAE taking the kind of extreme positions which Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed also alluded to, it might be very difficult really to come to clear-cut positions. But yes, the Africa Summit is something very, very important for us if we call ourselves a leader of the Global South, because that's one piece where, again, India has been missing in action. And I think if we have to re-establish our credentials, I think we'll have to do a lot of work there.
It's been 11 years since we last held this summit. Last word to you, Professor Karthikeyan, if you could give me a sense of where you see India's role, particularly when it comes to the United Nations, and is there a place now to build that new world order?
We have been speaking about reforms for a lot of time, for decades. I think this is a time where the powers that be in Europe and other regions also will be forthcoming to positively contribute towards the reshaping of United Nations. And one thing I want to point out that whenever there is economic hardships, when nations face, as Ambassador Talmiz in the morning he said, there is no magic wand. But some people will emerge, I will solve all the problem, I will be the savior. But we have to be mindful of that's what is done in Italy by Mussolini, and that's what done in Germany by Hitler. So to solve this, the emergence of dictatorships or authoritarian regimes, the economic condition has to be brought in place, right? So India has to play a role where not being a passive balancer, but to have been an active facilitator. So as everyone in the panel observed and occurred, India is going on that stage. It has to be mainly maintained by India to further reaching its goal, keeping its national interest and also a balanced international rules-based order.
Proactive, principled, and committed to an international order. We've reached that point in any conversation today where we start talking about Hitler and Mussolini and what happened in the Second World War. And why is that? Because for your generation, thinking about the Second World War is like thinking about, a prehistoric man in a sense. But the reason we're discussing it more and more is there is a specific reason. In 2024, the world saw 61 active state-involved conflicts. That's the highest number since the Second World War. So it is time to start thinking about where we are today. We have, as Ambassador said, this idea that something will end and then we can go back to life as normal. But actually, nothing is ending. Every war we are in, even in Operation Sindoor today. So the India-Pakistan conflict of last year isn't over just yet. I have time for precisely 2 questions. Is there anyone out there who wants to ask one? When you get the chance to ask, come on. Okay, go ahead.
Power, does this cause the UNO to be incompetent of doing their work? And even though they have taken much actions like anti-diplomatic programs and etc., even though there is no solution or end for the like the war, or they have been fighting for stopping the war, so do you think that as US in the seat is not letting the war to stop? Do you think they are taking it for granted, US?
Okay. because we have the UN, somehow it seems as if people can go ahead with the war. Do you want to jump in on that, Ambassador Ahmed? Is there a point? The question is simply, what are we going to do about the fact that the United Nations was supposed to make sure never again would there be another world war? What can we replace that with, and how do we deal with the US?
The divide in the world, because of the challenge sensed in the West that there is going to be a new world order, has ensured that the institutions of the United Nations have been paralyzed and made defunct. So the United Nations Security Council, which should play a central role in bringing peace and prosperity to the globe, to the world order, is non-functional. They do not have consensus on a single subject. They cannot pass a resolution with all the 15 members. So it's not going to change. One of the greatest ironies in the world is that this Gaza peace process, so-called peace process, is a private sector enterprise with a board led by Donald Trump, a real estate agent, and that is, he's supposed to bring peace and then create a Riviera in Gaza. This is a low point in international affairs.
All right. In fact, they said the Board of Peace was actually B-O-R-E-D, so Board of Peace, and so therefore we have more war. Ambassador Sudhir, I'm going to leave the last word to you. Do you want to speak about what can follow? We all know the UN doesn't work. What's going to follow?
There is also no expectation that the UN will work anymore, because nobody is looking at the UN, and all eyes are on President Trump and whatever gets settled between the two. We're in a difficult situation.
We're in transition, as they say, but there is a famous saying that if we didn't have a United Nations, we'd have to invent one. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want a round of applause for our speakers today, but also for the young man with the question over there. But thank you, I'll hand over.
Check. Thank you. I think our moderator here deserves a bigger round of applause because so skillfully steering this complex conversation is truly commendable. Thank you, ma'am. And it is rare to have such a powerful blend of our veteran diplomatic experience on this stage. I hope all of you are going to take away a lot of thought and perspective on how and where our responsibility stands as being Indians. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I request Mr. L.V. Navneet, the CEO of Hindu, to kindly come forward and to felicitate our moderator and our panelists, please. A heartfelt gratitude to our panelists and our moderator for such a successful and enlightening discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, and our dear friends, it's time for a short break, something that you all have been waiting for. We give you 10 minutes for the students and the faculty. We have the refreshments ready at the Community Medicine Hall, which is near the Happy Bites. And for the Hindu team and our panelists and moderator, we have it at the Apex Cafe. We will round back in 10 minutes. At 11:50 for our second panel discussion, which
the gravity and magnitude of this amount of discussion. Okay? So we'll be starting in another 2 minutes, so please cooperate. Thank you.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, and our students, we request you all to kindly sit down, and also a kind request to all of you, please maintain silence through the panel discussion and the fireside, because it's important to listen to their conversations, because it's just going to help you grow better. While our morning session explored the balancing act of Indian diplomacy, we now shift our focus to the tangible ripple effect of that balance. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and our young minds, to the second panel discussion. And the title for this discussion is Impact of West Asia Crisis on Economic Disruptions and Sustainability, Implications for India. Moderating this session is Mr. Kunal Shankar, Deputy Business Editor, The Hindu. A big round of applause for him, please. Joining him on the panel are Ms. Sudha Mayappan. She is an economic policy and sustainability expert with nearly 15 years of experience in macroeconomic research, climate risk, ESG, and international trade policy. Currently an Assistant Vice President at Actis ESG, she leads climate transition and risk advisory projects for financial institutions while integrating sustainability, geopolitics, and economic strategy. Welcome to the panel, ma'am. We have with us Colonel Rajiv Agarwal. He is a noted researcher in international relations and security studies with deep expertise on West Asia, including the Gaza conflict, Iran's nuclear issue, and Gulf security dynamics. A former Indian Army officer and a strategic affair expert, he is the author of Between Tehran and Tel Aviv, Gaza's Story of Unending War, and is currently associated with Chintan Research Foundation, Delhi. Namaskar, sir. Swagat hai aapka. We have with us Dr. S. Pandya-Raj. He is a professor of international law at Saveetha School of Law, Chennai, with extensive expertise in public international law and global legal affairs. A PhD graduate from JNU, and he has represented developing countries' legal concerns at international forums and has published widely in leading international law journals. Welcome to the panel. I request the moderator to kindly take it forward from here.
That, I think it is, yeah, okay. Yes, thank you so much, and welcome all to this panel and the audience. So we are meeting at an extraordinarily consequential moment for India and the global economy. We are discussing this impact of the ongoing US-Israeli war against Iran on the Indian economy barely a day after the Union Petroleum Minister warned us of an imminent increase in retail petrol and diesel prices. The center has already acknowledged that our public oil marketing companies are losing somewhere close to about 30,000 crore rupees in under-recoveries in the retail prices every month, which is clearly unsustainable since February 28th when the war began. Just days ago in Hyderabad, the Prime Minister urged Indians to adopt austerity measures, reduce foreign travel, reduce purchase of gold, use public transport, and accelerate mainly shift to EVs. So these are not isolated events. They reflect mounting pressures across the economy, from fertilizers and plastics to aviation, logistics, and food inflation. The impact has been systemic. Of course, to add to this is a weaker rupee, rising import costs. The rupee, in fact, has weakened by about 4.7% just since the war began. To give context, the rupee has been depreciating against the dollar by about 2.7% annually for the past 5 years, but it's been double that just in the past 2 months. So to, understand, so there's clearly the impact on the economy is wide and is systemic, and there are inflationary pressures. There's really no surprises there. But let's now turn to our panelists here to, examine this more closely. And maybe I'll first start with Sudha, who deals with sort of these shifts that are being spoken about already, particularly since this directly impacts the transport sector because of the oil and gas industry's impact. We were discussing this earlier, so that the short-term implications of this shift is that there's this requirement to there's a greater requirement of fossil fuels. Can that be an impediment in the longer-term transition to EVs? And is that a sort of a structural issue that we need to address, particularly at a time when it is very clear China has a sort of a vertical integration on EV manufacturing, technology, batteries, etc.?
Thanks, Kunal. Hi, everybody. Thanks for those who are just coming in, and thanks to the panel who was before us. Amazing discussion, great panel. And to my panelists, thanks for being here. So to take a step back before I answer this question, let's understand what is climate and energy transition itself before we go into transport sector. How many of you are aware of what is transition or climate transition? Just show of hands. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being aware of climate transition. So just quickly to explain it as simply as I can. When you move away from dependence on fossil fuel, which is polluting as an energy source, to another energy source which is less polluting, which is your green energy. So you're transitioning from brown, which is polluting, to green, which is not polluting. So there is an energy transitioning happening. There is a climate transition that happens. So Kunal's question is, now at a time which is, this conference couldn't have come at a more opportune time, or the timeliness of this conference cannot be emphasized more, just because of even Prime Minister's announcement about oil prices increasing. And as you all must be knowing, especially since the discussion from morning, India's high dependency on oil. Now, our renewable energy as a source has also been increasing in the last 5 years tremendously, not to the scale, as Kunal mentioned, as it is happening in China. So there are two ways one looks at an issue like this. One is short-term, what happens now, and one is long-term, that can happen in the next 5 years, 10 years. So the biggest weakness in Indian economic growth is its high dependency on import of oil from other countries. Now, this situation that is happening right now, if you run a stress testing scenario, this would be one of the worst scenarios that can happen when you're not able to import oil, LPG from your normal partners, and then the economy's high dependency. So for a day like this, is when you prepare to have higher sources of renewable energy, especially in terms of transportation, in having EVs. Now, again there, in terms of EVs also, there is a high dependency in importing critical minerals or critical components in making EVs from China. So as long as there is a dependency on another country, either for green energy or for fossil fuels, there is always going to be a vulnerability in terms of economic growth. So currently, it is just fasten your seatbelts and get through this situation. Then in the long term, how do you equip the economy both in having strategic reserves for oil, number one. Number two, how can you increase your manufacturing, which is a lagging sector in India, increase that in terms of renewable energy for EV, for electricity sector, hence you can be energy independent. So that is a longer term plan. Thanks, Kunal.
that set the context and possibly for future questions from the audience. Let me go over to Colonel Agarwal. Rajiv Agarwal, you've just written a book between Tehran and Tel Aviv. It's just been a month since its release. For anyone who wants to probably take a deeper dive into what happened since October 7th, the Israeli war on Gaza. You know, we've been speaking, you're now at Chintan Research Foundation, we've been speaking just before the panel about the sort of the direct link between this and the US-Israel war on Iran. You know, when it comes to India, we're not new to oil shocks. It happened in 1990, it happened in 1973. Institutionally, are we better placed today than in those two situations to handle this sort of an energy crisis? It's clearly unprecedented. But is India better placed today to handle this?
Yeah, thank you, Kunal. And firstly, let me thank Saveetha University and the Hindu Group for giving me this opportunity. And like you said, Kunal, my answer to the first question is that if the Gaza war would not have happened, would we there in this war in Iran? Because it was thanks to the Gaza war that first time Iran and Israel came into a direct military conflict, whether it was April 2024 or October 24, or the 12-day war which happened in June when finally US stepped in and struck the nuclear site. So I don't think if Gaza war had not happened, Iran would have happened now. And something has happened military conflict situations in the Persian Gulf, but Iran never resorted to energy flows continued, and therefore the pinch that was felt by the global economy was minimal in that sense, apart from issues like humanitarian crisis, genocide, etc. That we talk of, which are equally important, by the way. So this is the first time, and now that what I say and write is that the lottery of Strait of Hormuz has been discovered by Iran, and it is not ready to let it go without using it diplomatically or monetizing it as and when it is required. And India will have to be a part of the whole system when, as and when this crisis, ends or morphs into something else, and have to bear the pain for it.
So that sort of lends itself to nicely for my next question to Professor Pandyraj. You've been a professor of international law, and this conflict couldn't by one country, and now where otherwise it's sort of global instances where tolls have been paid for passage. In this case, it even shares boundaries with several of the other countries. So what happens when one country decides to sort of weaponize it, and what happens to global trade in that situation?
Yeah. I just want to thank the SIMATS and the Hindu group for giving this opportunity to share some of my thoughts on this particular occasion. Yeah, it is one statement that best summarizes the sense of what Iran has been doing in the whole trade. Iran has been acting. It is the gatekeeper of global commerce. It is the gatekeeper of global trade, which is not permitted within the framework of what we call international maritime law. So let me explain a little bit. Now, we have mentioned the Law of the Sea Convention, or in formal terms, it is known as the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. So it clearly identifies what are the areas of the seas. For example, in this case, even though Iran and Oman both have restriction in relation to the subject to maritime law, which is right of transit passage. So this is golden. What does this mean? This right of transit passage means that all the ships, all the nations should be given navigation. So all ships belonging to all states should be should be given the right to pass through strait, okay, without interference and continuously, okay, without interference and also continuously. And this is the mandate that is flowing from Article 34 of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And this means what? So, in no case the transit passage can be suspended. In no case. And that also is specifically spelled out in Article 44 of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So the exact wordings are, there shall be no suspension of transit passage. These are the exact wordings. And these are, this is not an appeal, this is not a plea, this is not a proposal, this is a hardcore law written into the Law of the Sea Convention. Now what has happened in practice is, as was rightly said by the chair, that this global trade, global commerce has been weaponized. Iran has engaged in a blockade which is completely a no-no within the framework of the UNCLOS. And why it is a no-no? Because so much of global trade takes place through the route of Hormuz. Be it oil and gas or fertilizers or other things. Because it is so important, and this has been categorized as a international trade within the framework of UNCLOS. So the blockade is problematic, at least with regard to what are called the neutral states.
But, weaponizing trade has happened both ways. The US has been one of the countries that have repeatedly violated its own institutions, the global frameworks that it has worked on setting up, the WTO, various United Nations organizations, in this case, very clearly violating its own principles. So, I mean, a counterfactual would be that there isn't one party here which is being seen as a villain. So how does that play out? And the larger, it's the world's largest exporter, it's the world's largest importer. Being a preeminent power in this case would lend itself to be more responsible, but it hasn't.
Yes, sir. So there are two things to be said here. One is the legality of the blockade that has been engaged in by US. Again, with regard to the US blockade, it is permitted within the framework of the law of naval warfare, but only with regard to Iran. So because both are belligerent states, they are allowed to hit each other, so to speak.
But there's a double blockade.
This is permitted as far as Iran and US is concerned in a mutual sense. But in no case, the rights of navigation, which is supposed to be made free to the neutral states like India, Singapore, South Korea, so on and so forth, can be touched. And that is exactly the mandate flowing from Article 38 of UNCLOS. And as I said, 44 also clearly says there shall be no suspension of transit passage. So even if it is legal with regard to US and Iran, but it can never be legal with regard to other neutral states. Free passage is given and can never be taken away. And just to...
go ahead.
Yes, sir. On the US behavior, US has always been playing a cat and mouse role in the field of international law. Okay. So as was rightly said by Sir, that US played a very, very important role in terms of setting up institutions, especially at the end of the Second World War. US played a very important role in terms of setting up UN, the IMF, the World Bank, and so on. But US also has been a very, very important spoil sport as well. And I can give a number of examples. For example, they came out of the UNESCO in the 70s. They came out of the UN Human Rights Council, stating that it is too political. And the moment they think that they need to stop funding, they do that thing as well. So, and that holds true with regard to international instruments as well. If they want to get away from that international instruments after committing it, they would do that thing as well. So, as a very famous scholar put it, conventions, that is to say treaties, these are written agreements between states. So I just quote a very, very US scholar, Louis Henkin. He said this: conventions are for other states, not for United States. So just one last thing. Even as we speak, the new policy that has been floated by Trump 2.0 is America first, America only.
Right.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So, Sudha, maybe taking a cue from that, where does it leave the Indian macroeconomic perspective? For us, a rise in crude oil prices is a system-wide impact, right? The moment transportation costs goes up, then it puts pressure on food, it puts pressure on plastics, it puts pressure on fertilizers, etc. So, which is the economy that is most systemically vulnerable, the sector which is most systemically vulnerable in the Indian economy, and how can it possibly shield itself from the impact right now? If we look at it from a sort of let's say just a food security angle, fertilizer seems to be the one that is right there. How do we sort of ensure food security and energy security at this juncture?
Huge question, Kunal. I'll answer this and I can be on Prime Minister's Economic Affairs Council. It's like, how are we fixing the whole thing? Yeah, so I can't answer all of it, but I can answer some of it. Number one thing that all of you as students, a takeaway, if you have to keep in your mind, is what is the main aspect or the important component of economic growth of India? It is not manufacturing, unfortunately, like how it is in China. The biggest share, almost more than 60% of it, comes from private consumption. Consumption drives Indian economy. So even just the sheer population, you don't do anything, just the consumption drives the economy, right? So I'm emphasizing on this because with the Prime Minister's announcement to curtail consumption, this is going to have a rippling effect of one of the core pillars of Indian economy, which is consumption. So it is not just one sector that will be impacted, it is like a dynamo effect of a series of sectors that will be impacted, right? Now I'll just tackle maybe one aspect of what Kunal asked, which is what will happen to, say, fertilizers or agriculture sector. So go back, I mean, no answer can be given just straightforward, okay, what's going to happen or what is the situation right now. But okay, I'm going to take another step back. In terms of Indian economic growth itself, if you look at large emerging economies across the globe, India's economic growth, GDP level, is the highest. It has been also growing faster than most large emerging economies. Now, the whole world is in a churn. There are a lot of geopolitical developments across. So now, and we have just come out of the impact from COVID. So definitely there is going to be an impact in terms of increase in inflation, hence reflecting in monetary policy. And as I said, it will come down to your personal consumption, which is driving the economic growth. So growth is definitely going to get affected, at least by 1%. And that is for number crunching economists to say by how much it will be. Now, if you look at sectors, every sector is going to be affected. There is no sector that is immune to oil and energy sector. But if you take agriculture, fertilizers specifically, India has moved away from being food insufficient. There is sufficient amount of food security that is happening. Now I'm tying the title of this panel to economic growth to sustainability, where the conversation is happening a lot in terms of climate and sustainability in relation to agriculture. So the old model of fertilizer dependent agriculture is no longer true now. So as I said in my previous response, one is a short term, one is a long term. In the longer term, keeping sustainability in mind, because we have enough food security, we are not starving for paddy and wheat anymore. Now the focus is on how to make agriculture that is sustainable, which means dependency on fertilizer reduces enormously. So if we move towards that kind of agriculture where it is more natural farming, agroforestry based, crop rotation based. I'm not saying it has to be organic or it has to be indigenous kind of cultivation, but there are various forms of adaptation and sustainability movement that is already happening in agriculture sector. If it can be supported more. Now, if you look at it, you get more subsidies for fertilizers than for going the organic way of cultivating in agriculture. So if the government shifts its focus, then in the long term, this can be tackled, but short term, enormous pains for the economy. Thanks.
We must caveat that by speaking about Sri Lanka's experience, because that was one of the reasons for the collapse of the Sri Lankan economy, which is a complete shift.
Not short term. That's what I'm saying. Short term, you keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
You don't change to organic today, but over the long term, you slowly, gradually veer away.
But this whole conversation that there's some sort of a organic being some sort of a panacea, almost.
It's
yeah,
not. It's
that's
that's what I'm saying. It's
we need
not
to
organic per se, but something that's more climate resilient, that is more sustainable in nature. You can't get rid of fertilizer, but how much of it are you using, and for what crop are you using, and where is the crop being grown?
Also, where you're sourcing your fertilizer from,
Where are you
isn't
sourcing
it?
your
Yeah, I mean,
fertilizer
right
from?
now that is the main concern, because
That also cannot be veered away in short term, because
it cannot
there's a huge dependency.
There's a huge dependency, and there's an effort to try and diversify it. But the short-term impact is not going to go away just yet.
No, it's going to be
to
quite
actually
painful.
be quite painful. And considering that this is going to be one of the hottest summers and monsoon deficient summers, there's that impact as well that we must.
So in terms of consumption, electricity cost, and then there will be more moving to the concept of sustainability. There will be more coal-dependent electricity generation, so away from sustainability goals, going more towards fossil fuels, which is bound to happen, rightfully so, if you have to protect the economy. Those are the short-term pains. Both growth takes a hitting and sustainable goals also take a hitting.
Right, and particularly cooling is going to be an aspect that needs to be looked at now. I'll get back to Agarwal, Colonel Agarwal. So, you have recently written on the strategic implications of this conflict. What does this mean for, say, the long-term projects like IMEC and India's westward connectivity ambitions? We already see India sort of trying to get out of the Chabahar port project, etc. How does India then, try and balance its broader geopolitical interests between the US, Israel, Iran, as well as the Gulf monarchies?
Kunal, I would take you back to what Ambassador Talmiz Ahmed said. There cannot be a balancing. You have to be choosing what is the path that you want. And as regards connectivity, the IMEC project was announced with a lot of fanfare. In fact, it was touted as one of the biggest takeaways from the G20 summit in September 23. And suddenly the Gaza war broke out after less than a month, and it was put on a back burner. There was momentum again in last year after the 12-day war had ended, and there was some amount of stability being foreseen in the region. And we had the first Sherpa conference happening, which was hosted by our NSA. So there was some forward movement, but this war in Iran has given two very clear dimensions to projects like IMEC. The one is that it has exposed the vulnerability of the existing trade routes and connectivity, that two things, the choke points and conflict zones, will always make our trade connectivity and supply lines vulnerable. So you require an alternative. And alternative has to be provided which bypasses both these issues, choke points and the conflict zones. So IMEC can provide such a framework. Two things have to happen. First is that the original structure of IMEC as it was envisaged has to be, I'll not say altered, but modified or additions made, so that you don't have to necessarily take off from conflict-prone zones right now, whether it is Jebel Ali or Fujairah port in UAE, and also Haifa port in Israel. You add connectivities to it. So maybe you start from Oman and end up in Egypt and keep the balance of the IMEC structure for the future. The second important point is the deep fault lines which are emerging in the Gulf region, especially the fault lines which are emerging between the UAE and the Saudi Arabia. So till that time, when IMEC was announced in September 23, there was good convergence between all the 8 partners. And that was being said that IMEC is one project which has got equal partners, which have got convergence between them, and also which are financially stable countries. But all that has now changed. So IMEC in principle, or a project like IMEC in principle, is required to avoid future conflict zones and choke points. But whether it will come about in the shape and manner it is, given the situation in the region, is a point to be considered.
Right, right. So if we go from there, IMEC itself collapsing, if we then go on to international law, Professor Pandyraj, we are in a state of flux. What role must India play in the sort of the emerging paradigm, or so we understand it would be, as the previous panel discussed, everything is in transition. But what role do you see? India has generally played a sort of an outsized role on global affairs, particularly at the time of the UN, as you sort of pointed out. So what happens now?
My understanding is this, that we have not been playing the role that we should have been played in the last, with regard to the last 3-4 conflicts or so. And especially because we have been projecting ourselves to be a world leader, okay, Vishwa Guru, Vikshit Bharat, and so on. But there is a famous saying in the Spider-Man movie: with great power comes great responsibility. But that power part we were trying to achieve all the time. But the responsibility part, I don't think we have been trying to do that thing. Otherwise, we would have taken a somewhat stern stand with regard to, for example, what has been happening in relation to Ukraine, or for that matter, Gaza, or for that matter, the current thing. Take the case of the current thing, the Iranian supreme leader was killed, and it took 5 days for India to condole. And so we should have, it is true that we also need to be pragmatic, but at the same time, the pragmatism has to operate in such a way that we don't forsake the values that we have always stood for. For example, previously we used to stand with a number of principles. We had this Bandung, 1955, we had this NAM, non-aligned movement, okay, and the Global South as well. We always wanted to be a leader of Global South. But if that needs to take place, India has to play a very, very proactive role based on principles as well. This, the transactional approach, the give and take approach will, in my view, would take us to a certain point, but not beyond that. We'll lose respect, we'll lose standing. So India has to be very careful in terms of treading various passages.
Haven't we already? Right. Okay. So maybe I'll come back to the economic sort of angle here, Sudha, again. This current crisis and the sort of inflationary pressure, just yesterday CPI numbers were announced. It's very marginally up, 3.4% if I'm right, is retail inflation. But that's really not giving a holistic picture, because the wholesale inflation has literally been quadrupling, and it's at I think a 4-year high or something last month. So it probably is. So it's very clear that intermediary sectors are absorbing the pain right now, much like the oil marketing companies. They're not really passing on the prices just yet to that extent to the retail consumer. But we've already seen domestic LPG prices increase. Commercial LPG prices have increased exponentially. The 5 kilo LPG prices has increased, which is the mainstay of migrant labor, which is a very large workforce across the country. Would urban consumption patterns, as you were just pointing out, really systemically change going forward? Because this appears to be a more protracted war.
Well, it has to, in terms of just saving from enormous cost implications that are coming up, right? So just by the virtue of prices increasing, there will be curtailment in terms of personal consumption. There will be discretionary consumption, even without the announcement from the government. That is definitely going to happen. But then also one needs to keep in mind, it is just for how long is this going to happen, right? Already, if you see manufacturing, a lot of it is dependent on LPG itself. plastic industry, tiles manufacturing. You go to shops and they're saying manufacturing has been stopped from the last 1 month. So in terms of even if you want to go buy certain items, they're also not available. So not just you are conscious in terms of what you consume, but even what is available to consume also reduces. So this is a definitely tougher time. It's also harder to read from the policy announcements itself that one, it'll automatically happen. Two, for the government also to highly encourage and say, be very discreet in terms of what you're consuming, how much you're consuming, especially in terms of gold and consumption of gold. So
happen because people generally tend to invest in gold in difficult times. It's a safe
they
haven.
do, but then the research, Kunal, recently is the prices of gold and silver have shot up so much that it has gone past the threshold of being a safe haven. And after the war broke out, in fact, the prices didn't go up at all. It was
right,
before
it's in fact sliding.
It was before that, speculatively, it just went up. And it is not because you and I go buy a piece of earring that the price of gold shoots up. It is mostly used as a reserve currency and it is used for investment purposes. That's how the gold prices go up. So now the announcement saying that don't go buy gold, okay, of course there is an import restriction also in terms of the tax going up. But who will be impacted more are the artisans and the local shops who are actually selling gold. Their purchasing power also comes down. So there's going to be a definitely hard ripple effect that is going to show up in the next quarter, for sure.
Right,
yeah.
right. I've been told that we are sort of running out of time, that we are behind schedule. Do we have a couple of more questions that we can ask our panelists, or should I sort of open it up to the audience for questions? Does the audience have questions? Yes.
In 2007, India have Tamil Nadu has a phase for that in diesel, electricity crisis. That moment is, many of them are in change over to go for the renewable energy. The governments are not taking the steps from the 2007. It's a major scenario. That moment we have the huge amount we are purchased from the diesel. Okay, why we not able to go for an alternative resource that moment onwards?
In 2007, we did what?
In Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is electricity crisis in 2007.
The electricity crisis. Okay,
that
yes.
moment, many of them are in approaches to go for renewable energy.
Yes.
Because I am the Thermax Energy former employees that were in co-generations. Okay, the government is not an initiator. That's what I'm asking.
So Tamil Nadu, okay, maybe so that you want to take that question.
Numbers with me, sir, on the renewable energy and fossil fuel mix in Tamil Nadu, but definitely there has been a shift. It is not like nothing has happened in terms of renewable energy. We are more than energy sufficient right now. I mean, that's a big achievement for the state.
Because laterally only the awareness came, then only they have to change over.
But that's what I'm saying. So when, sorry.
No, I just wonder, it's true that the progress hasn't been made much, but in terms of renewables, Tamil Nadu is the second biggest in terms of wind power, for instance. And it's been a forerunner in terms of captive wind power and wind power generation outside. It has also attempted offshore wind, but it's not taken off because of the capital intensive nature of it. Although, we've announced tenders south of Thoothukudi to be somewhere where offshore wind can be placed.
You know about the famous professor, Dr. Indian.
Yes.
Very good is a forecast model. Okay, he is year-wise, he was given to information government. Energy is going to play the vital role. But that is, they are not in the need to apply for that. In today, we are in everything depends upon to the other sources only. Why we are not able to? Because we have plenty of sources available in our country. For example, in solar energy, wind energy.
No, sir, we are making extremely
This is
good
about Tamil
progress
Nadu in particular, or now you're talking nationally?
I'm talking about only
Only in Tamil Nadu.
Listen, Tamil Nadu kuda we are electricity sufficient right now.
That
And
is
renewable
sufficient.
energy
Asking why
mix has-
renewables shift hasn't quite taken
It is happening. It is substantially happening. And a crisis like that resulted in a situation like this today. So that's what I'm saying. Although this is a geopolitical larger picture right now, you'd start laying the framework so that another situation like this can be avoided in the future in terms of sustainability itself. We are. In fact, Tamil Nadu is one of the leading states in terms of solar energy also.
Yes, sir. Yes.
in terms of deployment, but in terms of the grid uptaking solar, it's still not quite on par.
Maybe not optimal,
That
but
is
the
conversion
mix has
problem is AC
increased.
to DC.
I'm sorry?
AC to DC's conversion problem is there.
Yes, also the grid only takes one way. We still do not have. Yes,
Kerala
yeah.
is therefore they are going to implement. They are already implemented in by help of the AP.
Right, right.
Has the double blockade of Hormuz Strait made the situation worse and complex than it would have been otherwise? Because if the blockage has been done by US over the top of Iran, what Iran did, and that gives very less scope for convincing Iran to open up. Because now US is adamant, and US, we know, doesn't listen to even UN and any other international body, as you know. So what is your take on that?
You're right, sir. I mean, blockade has become a big problem, but this has been the case ever since this war has started. It has been a case of entrapment for US, even when the war started. Bit by what Israel wanted and went into the war. The Strait of Hormuz was open before the war started, but not just closed. And if the US blockade was not there, there would have been number of shipping companies and insurance companies would be willing to pay that $2 million per container ship and take the cargoes across. And just to put a sense of perspective on how it is hurting India in basic economic terms, the price of crude oil was $70 when the war started, and today it is at $110 odd. So let us take $40 increase, and we import about 1.8 billion barrels of oil per year. So when you translate it in dollar terms, it almost adds, including insurance and shipping costs, $80 billion to our annual budget. And what is $80 billion is almost equivalent to our annual defense budget. So, when we talk of terms, $40 increase or, 1.8 billion barrels of import, to put things in perspective, we get the picture that it is almost the increase of our annual defense budget that we are looking at because of the blockade of Strait of Hormuz and non-passage of the ships.
I think that's all we have time for on this panel. I hope you all had some sort of insight on the economic implications of this war on India in particular, and climate and sustainability transition that is probably already underway. I would really like to thank this panel, a stellar panel. Sudha, who's a long-term friend whom I've known for, 20 years, and Colonel Rajiv, and Professor Pandiraj, thank you so much, and thank you for being patient and listening to us. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, do continue with those applauses, because it is time to thank our moderator, Mr. Kunal, for navigating the complexities of global market and domestic realities. Our panelists have illustrated that the crises in the West Asia aren't just headlines. They are the direct factors in our energy security, our trade law, and our transition to the sustainable economy. Thank you very much for the deep dive into the dialogue. I request Mr. S. Sudarshan, our Senior Vice President, Advertisement Sales, The Hindu, to kindly come forward and to felicitate them, please. A round of applause will be really helpful now. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give us a moment. We are just getting set for the fireside chat. I'll make that announcement. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and all our dear, dear friends. Now we move into another important element of our today's conversation, of our today's dialogue, and that is the fireside chat. India's global future, leadership, diplomacy, and sustainability in times of conflict. Well, that is the title for this one. Moderating this session is Dr. Stanley Johnny, International Affairs Editor, The Hindu. Please give him a round of applause as he walks to the stage. In conversation with him is Ambassador T.S. Tirumurthy, former ambassador and permanent representative of India to the United Nations, New York. He is a veteran Indian diplomat with a distinguished 37 years of career in Indian Foreign Service, including servicing as India's permanent representative to the United Nations and President of the UN Security Council in August 2021. Currently distinguished professor at IIT Madras, he's leading voice on international relations, multilateral diplomacy, and global strategic affairs. And now, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Saveetha and the Hindu group for organizing this event. And thanks to Ambassador Tirumurthy for joining us. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, sir, especially about the world. We're living in interesting times. The world is keeping all of us busy, journalists, students, diplomats, because history is unfolding in front of us real time. Two major wars are happening, and we just sat through 2 sessions about the conflict in West Asia, which is having a direct impact on India, particularly when it comes to energy security. We also face strategic implications of this conflict. I'm also keen to listen to what Ambassador Tirumurthy has to say about the conflict and its possible implications for the country. So to begin with, now there is a ceasefire with regard to Iran. The war was launched on February 28th, but the conflict is far from over. And when you look at the statements coming from Washington, Tehran, or Arab capitals, you have conflicting narratives. Trump would say that he has defeated Iran, destroyed everything. The Iranians say that they defended themselves against 2 nuclear-armed major powers. And Arab countries are upset, but at the same time, they face a lot of challenges. So how do you look at what actually happened during the conflict? Where does it stand today?
Again, I thank the organizers for inviting me. And in fact, it's a great privilege to be with Stanley Johnny, because he himself is a very, person who knows about the region inside out. And he himself is a bit of a scholar and analyst in that region. Actually, his presence makes me a bit nervous. Yeah, I think in the last, what we have seen of the Iran war, when the United States and Israel launched, they basically wanted to do a regime change. They wanted to make sure that the Iran Can you hear me? Yeah. I think they basically wanted to make sure that they have a regime change. And here, I just wanted to caution you, don't use the word Iran regime, because it looks as if all the others are governments and the Iranian government is. So it's terminology you should be careful. And by having a regime change, they probably wanted to, what in their view was a very radical ideology which the Iranian government was having, to probably put a stop to this ideology. They also wanted, through a regime change, they probably also wanted the proxies of Iran stop them from getting any help from Iran. And this they thought that they would achieve by assassinating the head of state, the leadership, trying to bombard them. Now, all of us know that nothing of this has happened. Now, if you actually look at it, the IRGC, which is the Iranian, the Revolutionary Guards, they are not only there, but they are also much stronger. And the proxies of Iran are all there. They may be a bit diminished, but they are all there. And if you also look at it, they have also closed the Strait of Hormuz. That was open before, now it is blocked. And the missiles which they wanted to take out are all still there. They are depleted, but they can be easily replenished. And the most important thing which has happened is that as the Iran war exposed the security umbrella of the United States. And they have shown that all the Gulf countries are extremely vulnerable to Iranian missiles. And finally, when you come to nuclear, the so-called stockpiles, all these stockpiles still remain with Iran. They may be buried somewhere, but they have these 440 whatever kilograms and all that, which is highly enriched uranium. So in effect, the 40 days of bombardment of Iran has actually had a contrary effect. And the reason is very simple. That's because when US and Israel started the war, it was a military objective. But Iran very cleverly enlarged the war to include all the regional countries. It started hitting them rather than Israel and the United States. Of course, it hit the US bases, but it also hit the countries concerned. So by doing that, Israel it doesn't matter what impact it has on the region, because they went and they wanted to hit Iran. But Americans were directly affected because they found that the security umbrella was crumbling. So it became a political objective for US, and it remained a military objective for Iran. I think that is where the huge change came about, and that is where we are. It is very clear that now US and Iran both want a deal. Starting a war, for both of them, ideally they don't want to start it. I think US doesn't want to start it from the political side, and Iran doesn't want to start a war from the military side, because these are the two weaknesses. For the US, their economy is getting hit very slowly, but it's getting hit. And their midterm elections in November is also coming up. And for Iran, this is an opportunity to get a permanent solution, which they are focusing on. So I think this is where we have reached. Of course, with Mr. Trump and others, one can never say the war will not resume. But the fact is, if you resume, the point is, will it be more of the same? Or will you really accelerate something even bigger? That's a big question mark.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the take on where we stand today. Let me take you to India. So India has traditionally taken, what we call, it's a cliched command, but still what we call strategic balancing. We have taken a balanced approach. Of course, if you look at all the major players in the region, we have very good ties with Israel. We have, historically, we have had good ties with Iran, and Arab countries are very important for India's interests. But when you look at India's position now, especially after this war began, or in recent years, do you see a tilt in India's approach towards West Asia?
No, actually, I think you're absolutely right. We have had this policy of multi-alignment, which is basically that when you have two big powers and many powers who are adversaries with each other, but at the same time, each one is the biggest partner in trade or investment for each other. So you have a contradictory situation. So we decided instead of non-alignment, we chose multi-alignment, which I think was good because right now we have excellent bilateral relations with every country in the Gulf. Let there be no mistake. It has been the highest so far. But we have also been closer to countries in the Gulf, a couple of countries, like Israel, we are very close, with UAE are very close. That fits in with our broad context of multi-alignment. But the Iran war, in my opinion, has shifted. We have moved away from multi-alignment. This is the way I look at it. Firstly, I had always been advocating for the last 3 years, whether it's with Ukraine or with Gaza or with Iran, that in these conflicts we should take a more proactive role, which is something which we have not necessarily taken. And I was actually advocating India's participation in the Board of Peace, much against all conventional wisdom. But I was pleasantly surprised when India participated in the Board of Peace. So I thought that, well, now India is trying to be proactive. But I realized that as soon as Iran was hit, we went back to our default mode. We did not comment when the head of state was assassinated. We did not comment on many things. When the submarine hit Iranian ship in the high seas, we didn't comment. So I thought that is one area where there was shift. You could see the shift. Secondly, I think, whatever may be the calculation, I'm not privy to. I'm sure there are good reasons. But Prime Minister going 2 days before to Israel and knowing full well that the war was going to start was something which I think sent a different signal, particularly because the Iran war also went a different way. Way different than many of us expected. So I think that is where I think there was a thing. And I also want to say one thing. We have excellent bilateral relations with every country there. But sometimes you mistake excellent bilateral relations with individual countries for a regional policy. It is not. Regional policy is not an aggregation of excellent bilateral policies. You need to have a separate regional policies because every region has contradictions. Right now, you have a huge problem between Saudi Arabia and UAE. And you have excellent relations with both. So how are you going to manage those contradictions? That comes only if you have a well thought out regional policy, which will also include Iran, by the way. So I think that is another thing where we probably haven't focused as much as we would like. So therefore, yes, we should have taken a lot more balanced policies. We should have had a balanced view on some of these things and also had a regional policy which will look at these issues. And you have Palestine, you have so many issues. That is important to look at.
So the regional policy is what I would like to ask you next. Because particularly if you look at West Asia has always been tumultuous. We have seen multiple crisis conflicts in the region, but particularly since the October 7 attack by Hamas. So you had the October 7 attack and Israel's devastating war on Gaza. And then you also saw other major developments in the region. In Syria, the government collapsed. Iran, in 2025, there was an Israeli bombing on Iran. The United States joined in. And now another Iran war was unfolding before us. So this is a very important region for us, for energy. Millions of Indians are living in the region. We had historical ties with civilizational and historical ties with the countries in the region. So how do we tackle these multiple crises that are unfolding in the region to advance India's own standing and interests?
And if you want me to put it in a nutshell to begin with, there are two important aspects which I feel. One is strategic autonomy. The other is proactiveness. I think strategic autonomy and proactiveness. So why I mentioned is, see, what is strategic autonomy? In very simple terms, strategic autonomy is enlarging your space to take independent decisions for your country based on national interest. It's as simple as that. You don't have to complicate it in any other way. Now the thing is, strategic, you see, when Prime Minister Nehru took the position of non-alignment and said, I won't join either of the two of you, it means that he was exercising strategic autonomy. And countries actually came and joined India in non-alignment. We became naturally a leader of the global south. At that time it was called Third World. So we became a leader of the global south, and because we exercised non-alignment, which was strategic autonomy. Now in the present context, we have multi-alignment. Now multi-alignment is important because the world has changed. Now we have two superpowers who actually engaged very closely with each other, but are also adversaries. So in a multi-alignment, the point is this helps us to get strategic autonomy. Let us be very clear. But what it doesn't give you is leadership. Multi-alignment is for us, for protecting our national interests, but it doesn't automatically get you leadership. Now, why is leadership important? Leadership is important because when you look at the geopolitics of today, economy, business, technology, everything is being affected by geopolitics. Gone are the days when you have free trade, this, that, MFN rules, all those are gone. Geopolitics determines everything else. And you have to be a leader in geopolitics. Only then can you be a leader in economic, leader in growth, leader in this. So I'm convinced that the old template is broken. We have a new template. You have to lead to be able to, and that is where I think we need to chart out a separate role for leadership. That's why I've been advocating a proactive role in conflicts. And Operation Sindoor, one of the lessons which at least I took away is that if India if India wants the world to come and support it for its conflicts and for its views, then India should also go out and support the others for their conflicts and their views. Only then you get support. So therefore, taking proactive role is extremely important. The flip side, see this flip side. If you do not take a proactive role, which are the countries which will come and fill the space? It will be Turkey, it will be Saudi Arabia, and it will be Pakistan. These are the countries which are going to come and take the space. So you're actually ceding space to other countries to come in. So I think if you look at the overall, my feeling is we should continue to stick to our policy of strategic autonomy, and we should be very proactive to ensure that after all, in all these conflicts, we have huge interests. And India is too big a country to, become an ally. So when you have such interests, you need to pursue this.
I want to ask you about Pakistan, but before that, you briefly touched upon the contradictions within the Gulf, the issues between the UAE and Saudi Arabia. I want to ask you about the Gulf kingdoms or Gulf monarchies' perspective towards this particular conflict, because all the countries in the Persian Gulf region, they all have American bases. They are very closely aligned with the United States. And the kind of bedrock of this relationship is that the United States would provide them security. But what turned out to be, the United States was not able to provide them security when the Iranians were launching the attacks. So what I want to know is, is this war going to impact the strategic thinking of these countries? Are they going to reconsider their alliance with the United States? Or are they going to coexist with the Iranians? How do you look at it?
I think the security structure is broken in that. Frankly, I was not sure whether there is a security structure there at all. That's a different topic. But the security architecture is very much broken there. In fact, it has gotten worse after what has happened right now. Now the thing is that, I'll give you my two-penny bit. a regional architecture for that area, for that region, it has to include Iran. Only if Iran is there, there will be a regional security architecture. Just as only if Russia is there, you will get regional architecture, security architecture for Europe. And pushing NATO all the time is not going to give you any more security, and it is already broken. The template is over. So I think let us learn the lessons from other conflicts. Now, UAE, as you correctly said, is inching closer to the United States and Israel. The others are not, they're a bit ambivalent, because they have to balance between Iran and Israel, which continues to be for them an equal threat to their thing. So I think hedging, in my opinion, will be the order of the day when they go ahead. Now, the Abraham Accords. Now, Abraham Accords, which thought of a slightly better or a more rosy political picture for the region, or even economic picture for the region, that is broken. Because the limitations of the Abraham Accords have been revealed, because you cannot move ahead without solving historical conflicts in the region. That is one. Second is the Hormuz blockade. Now, the blockade of Hormuz is going to change your thinking about security. The reason is simple. Now, if it comes again, you're going to have 50%, 40% of the world's energy and everything getting completely, stymied. Now, I think the future, they will look at land connectivity, they are going to look at pipelines, how to avoid that. So I think that area where de-risking supply chains will be a major aspect as they go ahead. That is one thing. And ultimately, Israel. I mean, can you move ahead without solving the Palestinian issue? Even as we speak, West Bank, you have tremendous realities which are being created through violence and so many other things. And the world is blind to it. I don't know. I mean, but can we move ahead, or will it continue? So I think these are all very serious questions we need to answer before we can put a security structure. And let us also not forget that even within the Gulf countries, they are having issues now. Saudi Arabia and UAE. And these are very serious security issues. So I think there is quite a bit of work to do. The situation now is worse than what it was before.
Now, Pakistan. You had written in the early days of the war that Pakistan would be one of the countries that would benefit from this conflict. Now, how do you look at Pakistan's role as a mediator? And why Pakistan is taking such a proactive role in negotiating between these two sides?
I think Operation Sindoor gave an opportunity to Pakistan to be able to get back into the so-called international discourse. I think it was very clearly, we may say that they ingratiated themselves with the United States and so many other things, but the fact is that it gave them an opening. And then finally they said, we'll give you the Nobel Prize, and they said they joined the Board of Peace, and so many other things have happened. Now, thank you for mentioning my article. This is just a few days after that I mentioned 3 countries will benefit from this war, as and when it finishes. And one would be Pakistan, one would be Turkey, the other one would be Saudi Arabia. And sure enough, these are the 3, along with Egypt, who have got some sort of a thing running. Now, it is very clear that, see, let us also in some ways look at ourselves, because it almost looks as if our analysts were caught by surprise that Pakistan was becoming important in this context. I think that is because mentally we have discounted Pakistan because of their internal political problems, internal economic problems. And that's also because India has grown very big. We have, the 4th largest economy. Now we are the 6th or something like that. So I think we have mentally started discounting Pakistan as a major. I think that is partly our thing, the way we react also. Now, you should also understand that, after all, Pakistan went and forged a defense agreement with Saudi Arabia. That sometimes, it's okay. We have our views about whether it's important, not important. But the fact is, it was important for us to understand that the region looked at Pakistan as one of the players. Otherwise, they would not have had this thing. So therefore, Pakistan was getting there. And Pakistan's proximity with China And China, of course, as you know, helped them in Operation Sindoor. They gave them live intelligence. They were actually literally a third party to the war. And therefore, you had China there. You had the region which was reaching out to them. And when the Iran war happened, broke out, when Iranians started bombing the regional countries, the only country which could come and step in was none of the Gulf countries, none of the regional partners. They didn't want Turkey in any case to come in. They were very clear. And it had to be only Pakistan. Because so Pakistan was in a geopolitical sweet spot. That is how I term it. That they were really there. The Americans, of course, they were quoting the Americans. And at the same time, Iranians also felt that, yes, there could be a more. So I think they were in the right people at the right place, so to say. And they took advantage of this. So I think we should also be, clear why they have gone into it. Now, if Pakistan is very close to the United States, gets close to the United States, let me also say that it is not necessarily a bad thing. Because you recall, during, President Clinton, actually he spoke to, at that time, the two prime ministers, two countries, and he was able to at least bring some synergy of views. He did not mediate, but he brought some synergy of views. So there are advantages when even the United States can actually tell Pakistan. Right now we have a Pakistan which is very close to China, the so-called iron brother. But you can have the United States coming in. It's not a bad thing. So, and finally, if it is resolved, one of the countries which will benefit most from the resolution is India.
Thank you, sir. One last question. What does the war mean for the great power competition? You have the United States, you have China, and you have Russia. China and Russia have very good ties with Iran. And the United States, I mean, if I draw in from your conclusions, the United States is facing a serious, deadlock in Iran. So, and Trump is going to go to China now. So what does it mean for this great power relationship?
So I think my opinion is China is the biggest beneficiary of the entire Iran war. You're having the United States security umbrella being dismantled in a way. Or at least you have to rethink the security umbrella differently. You are having the entire area being destabilized. So therefore, one way of looking at it is that China firstly looks at it from the Taiwan lens. What does all this mean for itself and for Taiwan? You recall that they actually did a veto on a resolution relating to what? Relating to lifting the blockade through, if necessary, by force. That is exactly the situation they don't want in Taiwan. So it's very unusual for China sometimes to do a double veto with Russia. And this is one of those rare instances they did it, because it has a direct impact on what they are looking at. The other thing is Hormuz. The lessons of course, in the sense that for South China Sea, what is the lesson that you get? So I think they are having a situation where the United States has no bandwidth to now focus on other regions, particularly the Indo-Pacific and the Asian region, because they are getting bogged down. So no one is happier than China. As far as Russia is concerned, the oil prices, it has worked in their favor. So I think, however temporary it may be, I think that is a big relief for them. And once again, the very fact that the US has gone in to attack Iran is not lost on Russia because of the Ukraine war. So that is the second thing. So they have taken that lesson. Now, Europe and the US are divided. They have been divided when this transatlantic alliance broke. But now, even more, because Spain, Italy, and one more France, Germany, I think, they are very clear that they do not want to support this Iran war at all. And Mr. Trump has threatened them, and a whole lot of other things have happened. So I think now, I think tomorrow, President Trump is going to China. Now you have a president who is going to China and with a war still on his hands, where there is a stalemate and the US power has not gone has met its match, if I may use the word, in a war. So he's going with a weaker hand. Now earlier you will all recall that actually he rolled back on the entities list. He rolled back on some of the restrictions on trade and investment. He rolled back on 10%, I think, of the tariffs. All that because of why? China simply stopped, restricted soya beans and critical minerals. And America had to roll back. Now, is he stronger than the earlier one? I'm not very sure. So he's going to go and go to China. And my fear is that if he's going to tell China that I have a martial law, being done in Latin America, and you are welcome to treat your backyard as your region because we don't have the bandwidth, then where will South Korea, where will Japan, where will India, and what will happen to Taiwan? So this is not going to be a very happy ending. That's what I don't see it very happily. So we'll have to see what it implies for India. India is, of course, a big country. We can handle all this. That's not the point. The point is you're going to have a geopolitics be changed in our region because of what is happening there. And I've said this in the last Hindu huddle, but I would just like to say that instead of MAGA, Make America Great Again, he's going to make MCGA, Make China Great Again.
Thank you, sir. With your permission, I will take at least a couple of questions before we wrap up. 2 questions, please, to the ambassador.
So, a very happy afternoon. So, there is a question which is disturbing my mind from the starting where Trump became the president of USA. So, his first quote was America first. And if we see his past actions, he is making America everywhere to be great. And he's working towards it. And when we see the colonial period, British also did the same. And recently, in March 5, he gave the first waiver where India can purchase crude oil from Russia. So this is directly, he's controlling India from in the means of trade. So do you think that USA is trying to colonize or is thinking to become the most, as usual, he's in 1945 and etc., they were the superpowers, US and the Soviet Union. So do you think that USA is trying to be the most powerful or trying to colonize the whole world?
I'll just reply to you. Please sit down. Don't stand. See, the thing is that, he feels that the international economic climate has gone against the United States. That everyone is taking US for a ride. That is exactly what he has said several times. You also, let me also say, I don't want to, we should also see what he's trying to say. Sometimes we get carried away by words, but sometimes it has a lot of meaning. You look at what happened in 2001. In the World Trade Organization, which was created to promote free trade, which was there to ensure that market forces operate. In that organization in 2001, they admitted China, which was, they don't believe in free trade and they don't have market forces operating on them. So an organization which was born to promote it admitted a country which had nothing of that. That is where the initial disruption started. So over a period of time, China has gained advantage out of not being a market economy, being a command economy, and they have taken full advantage of all the liberal forces which you have given them. So therefore, there is something to what United States says, that we have been taken for a ride. Now, I am not going to. So what do you do? Can you reform the WTO? It looks not possible right now if you really want to achieve the aim which they want. So basically, he has said, go to hell to WTO. I will do it the way I want. I have enough power to ensure that I fragment the economies and I'm able to get the maximum out of it. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that, we have to analyze what he says. So therefore, yes, there is certain things which he says, like immigration, they're all domestic issues. It is unfortunate that Indians get hit. But if you look at the domestic issue, these are very popular issues domestically. So we have to be a bit more careful by, attributing certain things to him. His words are, of course, we all have our own views on it. But there is a bigger plan here, it may or may not work, and it may or may not be right. I'm not here to judge him, but I'm just telling you we have to go through the, pierce the wheel a little bit and see what is the objective.
Last question, anybody? Yeah, please, sir.
In your view, how credible is the nuclear threat? How credible is the nuclear threat?
Yeah, it's working. No, I think it's not that credible. But let me also say the problems we have these days is that you escalate something unwittingly. This is where I think we have an issue, whether it's a regular conventional war or a nuclear war or whatever. The problem lies in the fact that what you do sometimes has consequences you never planned for. If you actually look at the Iran war, do you really think they went all out with each other? Not at all. Both of them were hitting each other under a certain threshold. The moment Iran went, US knew that moment they started hitting their oil installations and other powers, Iran will also start hitting UAE and others very hard. So they hit below a threshold, which kept the pot boiling. And Iran understood that. They also hit a few countries and to keep the pot boiling. So it was also a very controlled war. And let's assume that he now wants to take it to the next level. You will no idea how it will end because you don't control the process. So the problem in the nuclear thing, coming back to it, is that my feeling is if it reaches the threshold, it will be something which neither of the parties planned for. That's the way I look at it.
Thank you very much, sir. It's always a pleasure.
No, thank you and delighted to chat with you.
A big round of applause here, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Stanley for moderating such a masterclass in international relations, and a profound gratitude to Ambassador Tirumurthy for sharing what can only be described as the view from the front lines of global diplomacy. In an era which is defined by rapid shifts and complex conflicts, hearing such nuanced perspectives on multilateral diplomacy is invaluable, sir. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. I'd like to request Ms. Suhasini Haider, our diplomatic editor, The Hindu, to kindly come forward and to felicitate our moderator and Ambassador Tirumurthy. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to a close of today's dialogue, I'd like to invite Mr. S. Sudarshan, Senior Vice President Advertisement, The Hindu, to kindly take the podium and deliver the vote of thanks.
Distinguished diplomats, respected panelists, members of academia, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this engaging and thought-provoking evening, it's my privilege to propose the word of thanks. On behalf of the Hindu, I extend our sincere gratitude to all the distinguished speakers and the guests for sharing their valuable insights and perspective with us today. Our heartfelt thanks to Ambassador T.S. Tirumurthy, Ambassador Talmis Ahmed, Ambassador Sanjay Sudhir, Professor Gulshan Sachdeva, and all our esteemed panelists for enriching the dialogue with clarity, experience, and global perspective. We also thank Saveetha Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences, Dr. N.M. Veerayan, and the entire SIMATS team for their partnership and support in hosting this important initiative. A special word of appreciation to the students, faculty members, and education leaders present here today. Your participation truly reflects the importance of informed global conversation amongst the youth generation. Finally, my thanks to the editorial team, events, and operations team of the Hindu for working tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event possible. Thank you once again for everyone. Thank you once again to everyone for being with us this evening. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sundaresan, for delivering the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude the Hindu Diplomacy and Sustainability Dialogue 2026. On behalf of the Hindu Group and the Saveetha Institute, we would like to thank our dignitaries, our speakers, our delegates, our students, faculty members, and the partners, and the entire Hindu team for being a part of this dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been speaking about India. Now it's time. I request you all to kindly rise for our national anthem as a mark of respect. We request the students to kindly stay back.